Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What Deku Becomes Dark Slayer. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Monday. Arguably the most depressing day in a week. Izuku wasn't exactly a superstitious person, so he really didn't much believe in that nonsense, unlike his best friend Hajime Nagumo, who complained a lot on those days. Hajime had spent the entire night gaming until sunrise. It was no surprise to Izuku that Hajime didn't have the energy to start the day, especially with the lack of sleep, which is a necessity for the human body to develop and improve brain performance, mood and health. I hate school, Hajime said in a tired tone as he let out a small yawn, which made Izuku frown a bit at his friend's complaints. Hajime was a black-haired young man, which is a common hair color in Japan. Additionally, he possesses brown eyes. Despite Hajime not training nor being part of any sports program around the school, Hajime was considered to be quite slim. Overall, Hajime was an average student both in terms of academics as well as in terms of looks. Hobbies first, life later, was Hajime's motto and reason for his lack of motivation when it came to his academics. Hajime's repetitive routine was going to school when the class almost started, sleeping the entire lesson, and waking up when it's break time or when school was over. It was a habit that he doubted Hajime would break anytime soon, if even never. It's not like he was outright failing, it was just that he was average. Hajime's laziness stems from the fact that his future is already set. His father is a game developer and his mother is a shoujo mangaka. Hajime is knowledgeable in both fields and has skills in both to live a comfortable life. He was currently aiming to work at his own father's video game company. If anything, he was technically working since he sometimes helped his father and mother with their work. If you had slept 8 hours a day like I've told you to, you wouldn't be in this situation, said Izuku while Hajime rolled his eyes since this was how their day started. Yes, I know. You've told me this so many times. Hajime said, clearly annoyed, but he was glad to have someone who worries about his health, something Izuku knew about. Hajime and Izuku didn't have many friends at their middle school, so both of them only had each other, especially considering they were both quirkless, so not many people wanted to associate with them. Their daily banter served to make life at school bearable. Thankfully, the staff at their middle school weren't quirkist like Izuku's former middle school Aldra Junior High. They were bullied of course here, but it was only verbal bullying, which was either stopped by another student like Shizuku or their own social studies teacher. You're one depressing guy, you know that, Hajime. Still, I wouldn't change you for anything, said Izuku as he patted his friend's back while Hajime smiled. I could say the same thing to you. If you never make it to UA, my father's company is wide open, Hajime said with a smile, obviously meaning well. While Hajime at one point wanted to be a hero just like all other kids when he was growing up, he quickly learned that this world was unfair and he had just accepted it as such. Izuku's dreams were ridiculous to him since there wasn't a quirkless hero in the history of their hero society. Hajime was very much aware that a few years ago, UA had changed their policy to allow quirkless students to join their hero school, but it will be very difficult. Still, as a good friend, Hajime wasn't going to be AD and will support his friend's dreams. If he makes it to UA, Izuku might become the first quirkless hero, and he'd probably use this to brag that his quirkless buddy made it big in the hero industry. Thanks. I will take your offer into consideration, said Izuku, chuckling a little bit. It felt very refreshing to have someone to relate to. I'm not a religious person, but God help me, said Hajime as he looked at his homeroom class door, knowing what will happen once he and Izuku make their way inside. Sliding the door open, Hajime found himself facing one of the two goddesses of their middle school. Kaori Shirasaki is an extremely beautiful young woman to the point that she is considered a goddess in her school alongside her best friend Shizuku Yagashi. Kaori possesses waist-length black hair that is tied back in a half ponytail by a dark-colored bow with big bangs hanging on the right side while there are small bangs hanging on the left side and brown eyes. Nagumo-kun. Midoriya-kun. Good morning, said Kaori with her body leaning forward to greet her two classmates, but it was obvious to many that Kaori's interest is on Hajime rather than Izuku. Sheesh, you're almost late again. Go earlier next time, Okay, said Kaori with a smile as she knew that Hajime won't listen but she just simply wanted to talk to him. Good morning Shirasaki-san, said Izuku calmly as he then decided to just remove himself from her line of sight and leave Hajime with her. Yeah. Morning Shirasaki-san. Hajime greeted back as inside he was panicking. Despite looking like he had no interest in the opposite sex due to always putting his hobbies first, Hajime did have a crush on the school idol. Izuku took his seat ignoring the glares that were directed at both him and his friend Hajime. It was obvious that they were jealous that Shirasaki greeted them instead of them. Izuku sent pitying looks towards Hajime. One of the reasons why Hajime hated school was because of the unwanted attention he had garnered. For Hajime, he had wanted to just fade in the background but having Kaori take attention to him for some weird reason gave him unwanted animosity from the students. Izuku doubted Kaori had any ill intention towards Hajime. He had known about her being a total airhead. Kaori was so dense that to this day, she wasn't even aware that she had a fan club dedicated to her. Kaori had rejected so many of the boys throughout the years in their middle school, even friend-zoning them without even knowing it. He had seen many guys running away with tears in their eyes when Kaori rejected them. It wasn't a surprise that the other boys around their school were extremely hostile towards Hajime after suddenly the school idol had taken an interest in him. It was the reason why Hajime was harassed quite a lot since many boys tried to prove to Kaori that Hajime was no good. The girls who also idolized Kaori didn't like Hajime as well because not only was he quirkless but he was also a no-good otaku who doesn't take his own studies seriously and so they believed that Hajime was dragging Kaori down with him. Unfortunately, Izuku wasn't spared and not because of Kaori since it had been already established that Kaori was more interested in Hajime than him but it was because of the second school idol. Good morning, Midoriya-kun. How was your day? An exceptionally beautiful young woman greeted him as Izuku shifted his attention to look at her, quite aware that the ending intent towards him doubled even more. Curses were being whispered towards him by both men and women alike, but Izuku shrugged them off. It couldn't be really worse than dealing with his own childhood friend or rather his former childhood friend turned bully who used him as a punching bag. Good morning to you too, Yagashi-san. I've been fine, what about you? Izuku politely answered to his female classmate. This was Shizuku Yagashi. She was also considered as the second school idol. She had waist-length black hair that is tied up in a ponytail with bangs hanging over her forehead and red eyes. She has a trained yet curvy body. I've been fine. You should come by the dojo, my parents really like you, said Shizuku with a smile clearly happy to be in Izuku's presence. Unlike Kaori who is an airhead and densely unaware of the fact that she was the reason why the others are hostile towards Hajime, Shizuku was very much aware that her interest in Izuku was causing the other students to be hostile towards him. Shizuku was rather upset and even very annoyed by her own classmates who are making her life unnecessarily difficult by trying to control who she makes friends with or who she is supposed to end with since she wasn't clueless to not know about the fact that many ship her with Cookie Yamanagawa. This was one of the things she hated about being popular. The reason why she still continues to talk to Izuku is because she wasn't going to bow down to the whims of others and because Izuku didn't care about it. Kaori. Shizuku. Why do you even bother with them? Asked Cookie with a smile but Izuku wasn't fooled by that smile. He knew behind that face was a control freak. You both are really so kind, Shizuku, Kaori, added Cookie misinterpreting everything to his own convenience. Cookie assumed that Shizuku and Kaori were just pitying those two losers. Izuku looked at Cookie. He was a typical Ikeman, with good looks, athletics, smarts, and a good personality. He has silky brown hair and gentle eyes. His body is toned and slender at about 180 centimeters. Forget them. There's no use talking to some gutless pricks, said Sakagami Ryuru who happened to be the best friend of Cookie. Ryuru has a physique like a bear and he stands tall at about 190 centimeters. He has short trimmed hair and a gaze that appears both cheerful and stern. Izuku wasn't a confrontational person which is why Ryuru called him and Hajime gutless. Honestly, Izuku didn't expect a muscle-brain idiot would ever understand his reasoning especially as long as he was there sucking on that bastard Cookie's D-dash. Nagumo, Midoriya, when are you two going to stop fawning on both Kaori and Shizuku? They can't give you both attention forever, said Cookie with a stern look. Kaori, being an airhead, didn't understand anything, but Shizuku understood and leveled a glare at Cookie, obviously livid with Cookie, which was something that he noticed and made him upset. I'm just talking to Nagumo because I want to, said Kaori, clueless at the fact that she further put a big-ass target at the back of Hajime's head. This naturally shocked Cookie and made others glare at her. I don't see what's wrong with two classmates exchanging greetings, and if anything it was both Yagashi-san as well as Shirasaki-san that initiated the greeting in the first place, said Izuku with his eyes closed. Also Sakagami-san, I don't know what me and Hajime being gutless has to do with this, said Izuku calmly as he opened his eyes to look at the shocked Cookie as well as Ryu. Shizuku smiled at the fact that Izuku was standing up for himself to some degree, while Ryutaro looked at Izuku with a stern look, but inside he was embarrassed. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a magic circle appeared underneath them, covering the entire classroom floor. This naturally shocked everyone, with Izuku jumping from the chair to stand up. The hell? Ryutaro asked in shock as he looked at the ground to see the bright magic circle. As expected of a muscle brain, Ryutaro's brain still hasn't even processed yet what was happening. What's going on? Cookie shouted, being more vocal than Ryutaro as he had looked everywhere to see the magic circle expanding, with the other students clearly panicking. It's spreading all over the classroom, shouted Kaori herself, while Shizuku on the other hand had raised her hand towards the door and decided to take the lead to ensure everyone's safety. Hey everyone! Leave the classroom at once. Shizuku couldn't finish her sentence as instantly the bright light engulfed them completely until it died down, revealing an empty classroom. The student commotion would result in a staff member to come to check on the situation, only to find that the students along with the teacher are all gone, which would then be reported to the police. Everyone opened their eyes to find themselves in what appeared to be an interior of a castle. Izuku would have usually panicked, but having trained in the Yagashi dojo made him have a good grip over his own emotions as he scanned the surroundings. This is a magic circle that you'd see in those video games and manga. This is clearly not the work of a quirk, thought Izuku as he looked at the elderly man who stood before him. The elderly man that stood before him looked to be around the 70s, with many wrinkles and long white hair. If it were not for his wrinkled face, one could say he was over 50 years old. What stood out the most was that he wore a very brilliant white religious robes and a white headdress resembling a mitre cap of about 30 centimeters tall with gold trimmings. Izuku likes to think that he was a good judge of character, having dealt with Bakugo and his goons for years back at kindergarten up to Aldera made him able to discern between someone with good intention and someone with bad intention, or someone with ulterior motives. After all, many times did people approach under the guise of being his friends only to just reveal that they were never his friends and that they were doing it for shits and giggles. Women were particularly cruel. They would pretend to actually like him only to break his heart in the worst way possible. Izuku knew then and there that the elderly man was not a good person. It was obvious from the way he looked at them with those eyes that he hardly cared about them as people. Guys, calm down and make sure everyone's unharmed. Cookie spoke as he looked at his classmates who fell in disarray after being kidnapped from their class and home. Izuku had to begrudgingly admit that Cookie is very good at his thing. If only he wasn't a delusional idiot and a control freak, he might have actually seen him become a good hero. Oh chosen heroes, welcome to Tortus. I have been waiting for your arrival. I am the Pope of the Church of Saints, Ishtar Lombard. The preparations are done. Please follow me. The now introduced Ishtar urged the other students to follow him. They were then led to large tables as everyone took a seat, with Izuku sitting next to Hajime while Shizuku sat next to Izuku and Kaori sat next to Hajime, which led to a jealous Cookie to sit next to Kaori. The maids started to come to the room to deliver drinks. Please be seated. Please, enjoy the drink we've provided. It might help ease the confusion I'm sure you are feeling. I will explain everything, so please lend me your ears until the very end, said Ishtar calmly, seeing that everyone was now paying attention to him. This is a world parallel to yours, Tortus. It is our one and only God whom we worship, Ihitsama, who summoned you to this world. Compared to ours, your world is far more superior, said Ishtar as he started to explain the situation. Damn, reality shows these days are trying too hard. Ryuru said under his breath with a disdainful look while Izuku looked at him in disbelief. He can't be that stupid, is he? Thought Izuku to himself. He doubted this was a reality show. If it is, then the company would be sued for this since you can't just kidnap students from their classroom. You have power that far surpasses the human of this world. Well, that's according to our oracle whom Ihitsama conveyed his message to. Ishtar continued, but Izuku noticed a slight shift in his tone and eyes. He's looking at us with contempt? Izuku thought he could already guess what was going through his head. It must be something along the lines of, how dare you not know about my Lord Greatness? Since long ago, we have been at war with the demons who rule the southern part of this world. But lately, strange things have started happening, and now the humans face dangers that may lead us to our ruin. To save us from such a horrible fate, Ihitsama brought you to this world, said Ishtar, which made Cookie perk up in interest. Izuku thought as throughout the whole conversation, Izuku had been often shooting glances at Cookie, and it seems that Shizuku was of the same mind, and now they saw Cookie eye brimming with his sense of justice. What are you saying? That's a horrible joke. This is the worst prank I've ever seen. Inko Hatayama, who is their social studies teacher, had screamed out of nowhere. Izuku was taken aback since he didn't see her. He can't exactly be blamed as Aiko-sensei was a petite woman often described as having a childlike figure by others. She has short dark brown hair and brown eyes. Have you got permission to do this? If not, I'll sue you for kidnapping us, shouted Inko, going even more ballistic and looking like she's going to be spitting fire at any moment from her anger. Fight on, Ichan, cheered Nakamura Eri, who has short black hair that is kept in a tiny bob. She has brown eyes and is wearing glasses. Despite Inko being their social studies teacher, due to her height, she was treated as a precious child that should be protected, hence many had often given her a nickname which was AI-chan. Yeah. Screw this shitty prank program, Taniguchi Suzu said with a smile on her face as she also cheered for her teacher. Suzu is a teenage girl with a short stature. She has shoulder-length brown hair styled into twin tails and has light brown eyes. She was considered to be the mood maker of the class as she is usually very cheery and likes to lighten the mood. She also acts perverted at times towards her friends, making dirty jokes or grabbing one of her friends' breasts on occasion. Return us to the school at once, roared Inko towards the Pope, who stroked his beard masterfully, masking his clear annoyance towards the young teacher who was rude. This is problematic. Then join me outside and we shall take a breather. Ishtar urged the group of students to follow him outside to prove to them that this was all real. As they were walking the hallways of the castle, Cookie decided to finally talk clearly, interested and also excited, albeit he masked it. Ishtar-san, can I ask you something? Asked Cookie while Izuku and Shizuku looked at each other, frowning, knowing where this was going. Yes, of course, said Ishtar calmly, but he looked at Cookie, assessing the boy character and looking at exploiting him to rope the others into staying. You said the humans are at war with the demons. Are there any races besides the two of them living in this world? Asked Cookie, which made the Pope smile. Oh-ho-ho. Unlike the rest, do you believe my words? Asked Ishtar, merely to confirm if Cookie can be exploited at this very moment and get the others to also comply. To be honest, I don't. Mostly. Yet, after assessing the situation, I think I have no choice but to believe you, said Cookie in a serious tone while the student looked at their phones, seeing there was no signal. Well then, let me tell you about our world while we walk to the gates, said Ishtar with a smile as he continued to stroke his long white beard. Ishtar's explanation was long, but to summarize all of this, first we need to know about the three major races that live in Tortus. There are of course other races, but they're either extinct or are not part of the war. Humans are a race that are currently occupying the north. Demons, who are the main antagonist to the human race, are occupying the south. Lastly, there were the demi-humans who inhabit the forests in the east. At the beginning, the war was between humans and demons, which has been going on for 100 years, but there has not been any major clashes in recent years, so it was relatively somewhat peaceful, but apparently there is going to be a major war soon. The tide of the war originally changed when the demons decided to use the monsters to shift the war in their favor. Since the humans can't tame monsters and have them used in their wars, the next best solution was to summon a hero. This is where the self-styled god he hit had taken to summoning them to this world in order to serve humanity's hopes and become its hero. The idea does sound appealing, but the whole situation was extremely suspicious and a lot of things didn't make sense to Izuku. Before you are the gates. If you still question which world you are in at the moment, you can confirm with your own eyes now, said Ishtar as the double doors opened, revealing the light of the outside. Everyone looked shocked at seeing that they were in the mountains. Izuku closed his eyes. Even if he had a feeling that they were ice-guide to another world, he still had doubts. He had read his fair share of manga, light novels and other isekai-related stories, but he didn't expect that this was real. It made him think that maybe those stories weren't fictional and were actually recited by people who had gone through said experience. "Don't tell me, this whole thing is real?" asked Inko as she fell on her knees with her eyes swirling in clear shock. "Do you believe me now?" asked Ishtar calmly as he stroked his beard, being patient for the moment as he allowed the students to process everything. I'd like to ask a question. If you could summon us to this world, surely you can return us back to our world?" asked Hajime nervously as he raised his hand. Hajime is asking a very good question. How will he answer? Thought Izuku as he narrowed his eyes looking at the Pope to see how he would respond. "He's right. You can send us back, right?" Inko asked loudly, regaining her fire once more as she wanted her student out of this mess. "I'm very sorry, but that is not something I can do. It is Ihitsama who has transported you. I, a mere human, do not possess the power to do such a feat," said Ishtar, which resulted in Inko and other students being outraged. "Whether you are able to return to your world or not is entirely up to Ihitsama to decide," said Ishtar, his voice laced in coldness, clearly angry that they were rejecting his lord's kindness. "That is morally questionable for your lord to reject our plight." Izuku finally decided to speak as everyone went quiet and looked at him with Ishtar narrowing his eyes at the accusation. "This is a gamble, but I will expose you," thought Izuku. He wanted the others to also question the morality of this so-called god. "What are you implying?" asked Ishtar. The hint of anger in his voice was not missed by many who had paid attention to the question, and some understood what Izuku was doing. "We're a group of 15 to 16 years old teenagers. Your lord has kidnapped us from our world to assist the humans here in this world in a war that is honestly of no concern to us," said Izuku, putting emphasis on their age. "Furthermore, we've had no prior combat training to be of help in a war that has lasted for centuries. If your lords had wanted to truly make a change, he should have instead summoned one of the pro-heroes who were trained and experienced in fighting," said Izuku with a frown which made the other also question everything. "That's right. Why my students? Why not those pro-heroes like All Might, who is the strongest hero in our world?" shouted Inko, showing her full agreement as well. "Most of us don't want to fight in this war. Any of us here could end up losing our life or get maimed with the possibility of mental trauma. Assuming we do agree to fight, can you guarantee all of us could return to our homes safely?" asked Izuku seriously, looking in his eyes. This made many of the students nervous as they were reminded that they were going to war. Ishtar noticed that his anger was seeping and realized that Izuku was baiting him and decided to do something to salvage the situation. "Of course, Ihitsama's kindness knows no bounds and will surely bestow on all of you his blessings so that you can safely return to your homes," Ishtar said, which made a few excited, but others like Shizuku had already seen his mask slip and realized the severity of the situation they were in. "I see. I will take your word as the truth," said Izuku with a sigh. He wasn't going to pursue this any further. He had to remind himself that this was an important figure in this world. Assuming from the way he dresses is anything to go by. Antagonizing him would put him and the others who are close to him in an unnecessary danger. He decided to back away, which Ishtar let out a small huff, clearly satisfied that the boy didn't decide to make an issue out of this. "No. You can't send these kids to war. I, Hatayama Inko, won't let you, even if it's the will of God. It's your world. It's your war. You take care of it yourself," shouted Inko, not willing to give up even if Izuku decided to let the issue go. Inko comically stood in front of the kids with both her hands raised as if she was protecting them, which made the students look at her weirdly at seeing their midget teacher do something like that. "Why are you so against it?" Being chosen by Ihitsama himself is a very great honor, said Ishtar, who at this point was exasperated by the women. We don't need any of those honors. Just return us to our world, shouted Aiko, getting even angrier until Cookie placed his hand on Aiko's shoulder. Aiko-sensei, we are thinking of fighting for this world. We want to save it from destruction. After all, there must be a meaning for why we are summoned to this world, said Cookie. His naivety and sense of justice had finally come out. What the hell is that bastard talking about? I don't remember ever voting for him to speak on my behalf. This must be some kind of a hero syndrome, because no way is he this suicidal and stupid, thought Izuku, wishing that Cookie would just drop dead at this point. So that's how you feel? Well, I guess I can let loose that way, said Ryutaru while cracking his knuckles, which is expected from a brute. We can't go back. I don't like this, but whatever, Shizuku commented as she looked at Izuku apologetically, knowing what was going through his head at the moment. If Shizuku-chan will, then I will too, said Kaori, quite determined to follow her friend in all of this since she trusted her to know the best. One by one the other students were motivated by Cookie's words as they forgot what he said earlier and started to show their support, while Aiko's words went on deaf ears. Izuku was getting angry by the second. Cookie was undoing everything he had done. He knows that they're stuck in this world, but why were people treating this as another school field trip? Why am I surrounded by a bunch of idiots? Are they mentally retarded that they can't realize how suspicious all of this is? Even when I just baited that bastard Pope, they seem to forget everything. Screw them then, thought Izuku as he glared at Cookie and the other idiotic students. Thank you everyone. Let's join our strength and help the men of this world. And then we'll return to our own world, together, said Cookie with a charming smile. More like most of you people will be returning in a body bag. I pity you people for being this retarded. Must be hereditary. Hopefully their stupidity isn't also contagious. I'd hate to be infected by it as well, thought Izuku, insulting the other students in his head. He glanced at Hajime, who also looked at the rest of the class aside from a few as a bunch of morons. They called Hajime a loser, more like they're the losers here. This is stupidity at the highest order. He pitied the parents who will have to bury their own children because of an idiot wannabe hero who only thinks about himself. Mighty heroes, I thank you for your cooperation. I'm the commander of King Elahade Knights, Meld Loggins. The now introduced Meld Loggins spoke with his arm crossed and a fearless smile. He is a well-built middle-aged man with short spiky brown hair and a short beard. He also had a small scar on the left side of his chin. Meld's combat attire consisted of a suit of armor with a red cape and a large sword mounted on his back. It was the next day since they were summoned, and right now everyone was standing in front of the Knight Commander wearing an athletic white shirt and shorts with 2 wrist armbands. Izuku looked with a raised eyebrow at the small plate that was given to him and the others. He could already guess what it was, but decided to see what Meld would say. Let's cut to the chase. We have given each of you a status plate, said Meld, not beating around the bush, something which Izuku liked about the guy. What is this? As the name implies, it will record your status in numeric form. It's also used as an identification card, so don't you ever lose it, said Meld in a serious tone to show how important those are. I see, thought Izuku, but he found the idea to be brilliant but stupid at the same time. Having an identification to go around is not a surprise since they have their IDs in Japan, but including as well their stats is a bad idea. The most important thing about a battle is information gathering or intelligence, so the status plate, as they put it, is a clear weakness, because if an enemy is to get a hold of it, they can make a plan based on what is your weakest point and exploit it. Spill a drop of blood in it with the needle we gave you. Then it will register you as its owner. Don't ask how it works, okay? Because we really don't have any idea, said Meld as Izuku looked at the needle in his hand. He would be lying if he said that he didn't feel excitement. When he heard that all of them will receive power, he was rather happy. Izuku couldn't really help it because it was only a day ago that he was quirkless. He is still quirkless, but he will gain power, which would solve his dilemma. Although, Izuku was quite afraid to get his hopes up. What if he didn't get a good job, or worse, didn't get one at all? He'd probably be miserable if that were to happen. Taking a deep breath, Izuku poked his own finger with the needle in his other hand before letting a drop of blood on the status plate. A complicated magic circle appeared on the status plate before it showed his stats. "Wow, Dark Slayer," said Izuku breathlessly as he looked at his own stats. This was totally unexpected, but yet it was a welcome surprise. He apparently had a job called Dark Slayer and had numerous skills including high numeric stats. This is an artifact from ancient times. The only artifact from the time when the gods still walked the earth that the Church of Saints could recreate, explained Meld how the status plate came to be and its importance. On the plates are written your stats. In numbers, class name, and a list of skills. Your class is similar to your talent. Skills are abilities that you have learned. Your understanding of our language despite coming from a different world is thanks to the language comprehension skill. Meld explained how the status plate works. Izuku looked at Hajime to see the look of confusion and worry, and he had a bad feeling about this. He hopes that Hajime has a good job, but even if he gets a bad one, he will support him. And for your information, the people of Tortus usually start with 10 points on average, said Meld, which made Hajime feel even more downcast as he realized that he was average as all his stats are at 10. Although you come from a better world and have zero combat experience, I'm sure your stats are several times higher than that. How enviable, Meld said with a fearless smile, masking the fact that he was envious of the students who didn't train yet definitely have good stats. Izuku didn't blame him. He assumes that summoned heroes tend to gain the benefit of having special and unique jobs along with a higher stats than the average Tortu citizen. Report to us the contents of your plates, understand? Meld instructed once more as the students lined up, with Cookie being the first. Sir, Amanagawa Cookie, class, hero. My stats are all 100. My skills are many, said Cookie confidently but with a hint of confusion due to the many skills. Meld was definitely surprised that a hero was among the group of students as he had walked to check the status plate of Cookie, seeing the stats, which were impressive. 100 in all stats. As expected of a hero. How enviable, said Meld as he patted Cookie's shoulder, which made Cookie laugh awkwardly. Hey Nagumo, I want to see yours. A familiar voice was heard by Nagumo as his status plate was snatched from his hand by the leader of the group of his bullies, Daisuke Hayama. Daisuke Hayama happened to be a young man with short brown hair that fell flat on his head. Honestly, Izuku disliked Hayama the most. Not only is he an uncivilized animal who has the brain of an ape, but he is a bully. He is a total scum. What the F dash, this is shitty. What are you, an average creep? Shouted Hayama with a mocking laugh as he saw Hajime's job, and he didn't waste any time to mock him and humiliate him. The only one who is a creep here is you, with a look fitting for a sex offender, thought Izuku as he glared at Hayama heatedly. Meld-san, what is a synergist? Hayama turned his question to Meld while waving Hajime's status plate, which made Hajime sweat a little, knowing where this is going and not liking it. Synergist? It's a crafting class. It's a good crafting class, but not really useful in battle, said Meld, confused a little, not knowing that Hayama was using this to bully Hajime. Good luck with that. Make our weapons, okay? Ordered Hayama mockingly as he tossed the status plate onto Hajime. His two goons and Hajime's bully also laughed, deciding to add salt to the wound. Wah! I don't need weapons made by Nagumo. I'm gonna die if I use them. Reichi commented while Shinji just laughed loudly. Inko came running towards Hajime with an angry look, not at Hajime but rather at the bullies who belittled Hajime, as she decided to try and comfort Hajime in her own way. Nagumo-kun, you don't have to worry. I also have average stats and a non-combat class, too, said Inko with a smile, not aware how important her job is as she showed her status plate to Hajime. So Nagumo-kun, let's just do what we can. Right? Said Inko excitedly, trying to cheer up her student, but Meld saw her job and became shocked. A farmer? I've never seen one before. Hurry! Contact the church. This person could very well be the harbinger of the era of better food quality. Meld shouted to one of the knights around, who proceeded to run inside the castle to inform the church. Aiko looked shocked as she looked between the Knight Commander and her own student Hajime, who looked even more downcast since even their own midget social studies teacher had a good job even if it's a non-combat job. Izuku sent a pitying look towards Hajime as he also went there to encourage his friend who must be feeling down, but suddenly his own status plate was snatched by Hayama, who sneaked behind him. Now let's see what the other quirkless loser has for a job. Bet it's just another lame. Hayama's loud voice stopped as his eyes bugged out as he saw the status plate of Izuku. The rest of the students turned to look at Hayama in confusion, wondering why Hayama was shocked along with the rest of the other two bullies, as that made them wonder what is Izuku's job. What the hell? Shouted Hayama in shock while Reichi snatched the status plate to look at it closely and was also shocked and humiliated. He has 100 in all categories, it must be broken. Reichi shouted, which shocked the rest of the students as they looked at Izuku. Shinji then took the status plate from Reichi to confirm everything. Not only that, he has so many skills. Teleportation, telekinesis, accelerated healing, sword proficiency, all elemental aptitude. Just what the hell, man? Shouted Shinji in shock and humiliation. Izuku snatched the status plate from his hand and glared at them. He felt good seeing the look of humiliation on their faces as they realized that they failed at humiliating him as well. You don't think because you have a good job that you're the shit. You're still a quirkless loser, don't forget that. Shouted Hayama in anger and humiliation. I didn't say anything, you're the one who took my status plate and shouted my stats for everyone to hear. Besides, what does being quirkless have to do with anything? Izuku asked, challenging Hayama, who backed away. Also one more thing, said Izuku before he suddenly uppercut Hayama, sending him flying towards a wall where he crashed into and was knocked out cold in an instant. This is for harassing Haju. Let's make it clear, if I see you harassing him again, you'll have to answer to me, said Izuku with a serious look, deciding to set a line that should not be crossed. He then slammed his foot onto Shinji's stomach, and given how much of an overweight he is, he was also sent flying next to Hayama, where he started to vomit on the ground while screaming in pain. Hey man, we were just joking. Please let me go. Reichi said, clearly begging while trying to back away, but Izuku wasn't going to let him go easily as he raised his foot and slammed it on the side of his head, which resulted in Reichi had to hit the ground, causing a small crater which knocked him out. Everyone was shocked as Izuku looked at them, which resulted in some of them who harassed Izuku in the past to back away in fear that Izuku will do the same to them, but Izuku wasn't that type of person. Hajime watched this and felt his lips stretch into a smile. Hajime was clearly satisfied in seeing Izuku beat those three up with ease and humiliate them just like they did with him. He was also happy to see Izuku defending him. There is no need for violence, young man. I don't know what they did to you, but if they did something, please report to me and I will discipline them, Meld said, trying to mediate the situation. Those three are bullies. If I didn't put them in their places, they would have gotten a big head and would have harassed me and Hajime. But don't worry, I will not make this a habit, said Izuku, but he wouldn't promise him. Thank you, young man, said Meld, grateful that at least Izuku is complying and is not being stubborn. He also looked at Izuku's stats and was impressed. I must say you have very good stats. I'm ashamed to have to say this to kids who shouldn't be involved in this war, but we will need all of your strengths if we want to win, said Meld somberly and clearly ashamed as he lowered his head to the other students. Izuku's opinion on Meld increased. He could see that the Knight Commander hated how a couple of teenagers were drafted to fight in a war that isn't their own problem. This is someone he could respect, unlike the Pope who was scheming around and manipulating them, but then again he only blamed Cookie ignorance as well as his hero syndrome. If only that guy had some form of intelligence in that pea-sized brain, then maybe they could have found a solution or made a plan to ensure that they return back home safely. The other students smiled, and Cookie, who was planning on reprimanding Izuku for hitting the other three students, had stopped to look at the Knight Commander and smiled. Don't worry, Meld-san, we promise to bring victory to the people of this world, said Cookie with determination, eye brimming with blind justice. Meld was happy to hear that, but it also served to make him feel even more guilty that those kids were so ready to shoulder such a burden. If only they knew the kind of horror that comes with this war, but he will do his best to prepare them all. Shizuku looked at Izuku and smiled. She was happy to know that Izuku had a job similar to her own. She decided to train with him by sparring. This might get her away from Cookie, who is already stressing her out. Now then, during the next 2 weeks we will be training you all just merely to get you all used to your own abilities. Meld Loggins will train you to the best of my abilities, said Meld with a smile. The other student quickly broke out into a chatter, clearly excited to test their new-found ability. Due to their world's strict quirk policy, they weren't allowed to really use their quirks. It's been 2 weeks since then. Everything had been going smoothly for the most part, but for Hajime, he hadn't made much progress. Still, Hajime was glad that Hayama and his gang kept their distance from him, probably due to Izuku threats still lingering in the air. His other classmates also didn't bother him, so he considered that as a bonus. The last thing he wants is people hating him just because Kaori happens to be interested in him for some odd reason. Currently, we could see Izuku and Hajime sitting together in the latter's room with books opened and spread all over the table. They were trying to learn anything they could while at the same time finding a solution for Hajime. We really should gather more information soon, said Hajime with a sigh while Izuku found himself wholeheartedly agreeing with him. I've already figured out that they would have censored the books or restricted us from having certain books by now. It's like they want us to depend on them. I really don't like those people, said Izuku while Hajime had to agree. The only books they were allowed to have were pretty basic ones containing general information that any person could tell you about. Magic books that they had given to them contained very basic spells that are taught anywhere, with many being censored. I really hate my synergist class. My stats only went up a little if we were to compare it with you and the others. I can't even make a good weapon. How can I even make things like firearms and other weapons from our world? Said Hajime, obviously complaining. Hajime was dejected at first when he learned that he had a synergist class. Izuku, in an attempt to cheer him up, told him about the possibility that he could make modern weapons, which seemed to excite him once more, but so far, the only skill he had was transmute. I can't exactly tell you that it will get easier, but we will figure something out. Maybe we should first take you to well-known synergists around the Hylian Kingdom who could help you comprehend how the skill operates before we aim for something big like creating firearms, said Izuku while Hajime took his words into consideration. I feel like the whole idea of bringing modern weapons into a world of magic and sword is cheating, said Hajime as he scratched his cheek. We barely know the capability of our enemies. For all we know, the people of this world might be stronger than the likes of All Might. I think it's not unfair if we were to even the fields, but we will have to make this a secret, said Izuku while Hajime shuddered. If the enemy is stronger than All Might, then we're screwed. I really don't think anyone can be on his level. He isn't the symbol of peace just for show, said Hajime while Izuku let out a sigh. All Might is the strongest hero in Japan and maybe in our world, but we don't know how this world operates. Assuming that I was wrong and that the people here are not that strong, then all the more reason to create modern weapons and quickly end this stupid war, said Izuku while Hajime went quiet. I honestly want to go back home since I'm worried about my mom. She is a very emotional person and I don't know what she will do. I just hope Auntie Mitsuki or your parents will keep her company, said Izuku with a sigh while Hajime understood how he felt. Hajime had met Izuku's mother just as Izuku had met his parents. He had obviously gotten to know that Inko was a very emotionally sensitive person who tends to cry a literal fountain of tears, that he at first believed her quirk to be some water-based quirk. Nonetheless, he knew that Inko, being alone and with her husband who is Izuku's father was abroad working to support his family, made Inko unable to rely on anyone. That made his thoughts process shift to his parents. He wondered how worried they are at the moment once they hear that he disappeared. He doubted they would ever give up on him and would search for him until their very last breath, which made him smile. The moment we get thrown into this world, the word fair is no longer applied here, so we will have to respond back to them with even more unfairness so that we can return back home to our parents, said Izuku with a grin while Hajime felt better. You're right. I really sounded stupid talking about fairness given that they were the ones who put us in this situation, said Hajime with a grin, feeling better with Izuku around. Also, if we ever do return back home, you might finally be able to become a hero like you always wanted, said Hajime with a smile since Izuku had a very good job that could make him a hero. You're right. I never really thought about it that much since I'm focused on surviving, but maybe this will make being a hero easier, said Izuku while Hajime chuckled, understanding where he was coming from. A knock had interrupted the two friends as Hajime stood up confused as to who could be willing to stay up late, but that was soon answered. Nagumo-kun, are you awake? Asked Kaori, making sure her voice wasn't loud so as to wake up the other students who were currently sleeping. Seems to me that your girlfriend is here. Izuku teased, which made Hajime's face turn bright red as he was ready to protest, but Izuku was already at the door opening it. Yeah? Midoriya-kun, what are you doing in Nagumo-kun's room? Asked Kaori in confusion as Izuku opened the door while Kaori peeked to see Hane on the desk looking somewhat nervous. You know Hajime, he likes to stay up late and I'm just keeping him company while helping him with his synergist. Either way, I'm going to sleep so I will leave you two to your own devices, said Izuku with a smirk as he left. Izuku having left Hajime behind, he didn't doubt that his friend was cursing him under his breath for leaving him in the same room as his crush, but he knew that if he stayed, he would be just getting in the way and making things awkward. Izuku walked in the hallway of the inn but stopped and raised an eyebrow at seeing Shizuku standing before his door, probably ready to give up before he gained a mischievous idea and sneaked behind her. I never took you for a person who'd stay up late, Yagashi-sen. Izuku whispered in her ears, making her let out a squeak in surprise as she jumped back before seeing it was Izuku. Midoriya-kun, so you were outside? Shizuku asked, trying to regain her composure. Only Izuku was able to make her vulnerable with his antics, and it's not really a bad thing. I was at Hajime's room. He was still sulking a little bit because of his synergist class and I was trying to help him, said Izuku calmly as he walked towards his room, opening it before he made a gesture with his hand clearly inviting her to enter. Shizuku blushed as she walked inside the room and found Izuku's room as expected to be clean and tidy. Izuku has always been the type who likes to organize his things and dislike messy things. Make yourself comfortable. Would you like any drink, maybe a coffee or just water? Asked Izuku while Shizuku contemplated what she wanted. What? Tomorrow we will be going to the Orcus Labyrinth for our training. I'd rather not stay up too late, said Shizuku as drinking coffee or tea would make it hard for her to go back to sleep. Izuku calmly nodded as he brought her a glass cup and poured her water, which she took and started to sip a little bit just to hydrate herself. Izuku took the opposite seat from her. You know, you and Shirasaki-san are quite alike. She just came knocking on Hajime's room a few minutes ago. That's why I left and came back here, said Izuku with a chuckle while Shizuku was half surprised. Why am I not surprised? I know that she likes him but never thought she'd be visiting his room at night like this, said Shizuku while Izuku gave a wry smile given how hypocritical that sounded off her. You do know that you're in no position to say this given that you're sitting before me late at night, said Izuku while Shizuku blinked before she let out a giggle. You're certainly right about that, said Shizuku as the room went quiet as the two enjoyed the quiet atmosphere before Izuku decided to break the silence. So what brings you here? Not that I mind your company, but I doubt this is just a social visit where we talk about the weather and recount memories of the past, said Izuku while Shizuku let out a sigh. I'm worried about you. You're certainly strong, but that abnormal change in appearance concerns me, said Shizuku, conveying her worry. Izuku let out a sigh as he looked at the reflection of the window. His own appearance remained somewhat relatively unchanged, but his hair started to turn white at the front. One of his eyes also started to turn blue. It was quite the mystery that everybody had noticed and had no explanation about. The only conclusion he came to was that it has something to do with his job. It's kind of like the mutation-type quirk back in their own world which changes a person's appearance. Still, he could understand her concern since Tortu's magic system is different than their own system of power which has quirks. Magic follows the system of jobs which is the natural aptitude of a person, although Izuku doesn't know if this information is accurate or not. This so-called god of Tortu's Ihit is obviously a mystery to him and the other students, and from everything he had seen far, he didn't much trust him. This had led him to just assume that Ihit can give other people jobs. He wouldn't really be surprised if Cookie was given hero job because of how easy it is to manipulate. Back on the topic, even if you don't end up getting a job, you can still get skills, but they are typically not as abundant, and a normal person with a job in Tortus can learn around 2 to 3 skills at maximum in their lifetime. Jobs are divided into 2 categories, which are non-combat jobs, which are quite common in Tortus, while there is combat job, which are quite rare in Tortus. Quirks, on the other hand, are divided into 3 different categories, which are emitter-type quirk, mutation-type quirk, and transformation-type quirk. Not only that, quirks just appear randomly at the age of 4, and to this day, scientists can't figure out how it came to be. Some just hypothesize that quirks were the result of mice carrying a virus, which is one of the reasons why quirked users back then were discriminated against, but some others hypothesize that it was the result of humans just evolving. Either way, it was obvious that quirk and jobs are 2 fundamentally different power systems, which is why his own current situation didn't make sense to the others, because there was no job known to be capable of changing one's appearance. Either way, Izuku felt at ease and wasn't that concerned about such changes. Instead, he felt normal, or rather he had started to feel normal, as if he was just wearing a mask and was starting to remove it from his face, letting the fresh air welcome him. "This may seem concerning to you, but I honestly feel normal," said Izuku, while Shizuku raised an eyebrow in confusion. "What do you mean?" asked Shizuku, quite curious. She noticed that nothing about his personality had changed much aside from the fact that he became somewhat vocal. Shizuku knew Izuku long enough to know that he likes to avoid socializing, not because he was shy or anything, but because Izuku likes to just avoid trouble. Apparently, it was something quirkless people tend to do, in which they attempt to fade in the background. When she asked Izuku why, the answer left her heartbroken. When you're a quirkless person in a world with 80% of the population already possessing a quirk, you can't afford to stand out or say anything. The worst thing you can do as a quirkless person is to voice out your opinion or argue with someone. It makes some people, the quirkiest ones, very angry, because many believe that the quirkless have no rights to voice their opinion, nor should they argue against their betters. So if a quirkless person were to be hit, he had to just bite his lip and accept his punishment, even if he didn't do anything. But being a smartass is a one-way ticket to a beating of your lifetime, and resisting will give them even more reason to try and put you in your place with harsher methods. The same thing applies to being smart. Many people with pride and ego will take this as a personal attack. After all, quirkless people shouldn't be smarter than a person with a quirk. Hence, Izuku avoided socializing and standing out, which is something that Shizuku found to be very unfair. Shizuku had heard the horrors that he had gone through at Aldra before he moved to their own middle school. It was why she invited him to join her family dojo, in hopes that he'd have more confidence in himself. This is why Shizuku often got angry at Cookie, because none of those people bothered to know Izuku or Hajime in the matter. They just made assumptions based on outward appearance. I don't know how to really put it into words, but I feel like I'm in the process of removing a mask that was covering my face my entire life, said Izuku, while Shizuku frowned. Confused. "I'm sure by the end of all of this, my hair is going to turn completely white and my other eye will turn completely blue as well. I will be a completely different person in appearance," said Izuku, quite relaxed and unbothered. "I guess worrying is useless at this point, since this can't be stopped. I just hope you don't change too much," said Shizuku sincerely, while Izuku nodded his head. "Even if I change, I know you and Hajime are going to stick by my side in all of this," said Izuku, having complete faith in Hajime and Shizuku to have his own back. "I guess you're right," said Shizuku with a smile, before she decided to finally return to her room, as she excused herself and left Izuku on his own to lay on the bed. "Sparta? What an odd name," muttered Izuku to himself. What he hadn't told anyone was that he had been having dreams of 2 white-haired males with blue eyes. Izuku didn't know what those 2 individuals in his dream were and what their relation to him was. With his hair turning white and eyes turning blue, he had speculated that there is a deep connection between him and those 2 people in his dreams. This is unexpected. Shouldn't dungeons normally be guarded given its high mortality? I didn't expect the people here would be this laid back, said Izuku, as he saw the adventurers laughing and the receptionist greeting them with a cheerful smile. Izuku currently stood at a height of 183 centimeters. He is considered to be quite muscular for his age, which makes him even more handsome, as he looks more mature for his age. He has a short mess of fluffy dark green hair which sticks up at odd angles around his head, casting noticeably dark shadows onto itself, but as of recently his front hair started to turn white. His eyes look extremely sharp given his training in the Yagashi dojo, with his irises having the same green color as his hair, but recently his right eye turned blue. He has a set of 4 symmetrical freckles in diamond formations, 1 on each cheek. He currently wore a white coat over his school uniform. He also added 2 black gloves on his hand. His hero outfit wasn't really that impressive, but Izuku didn't care much. He also had a knight sword which doesn't suit his fighting style, but the concept of katana didn't exist here. Adventurers normally come here to hone their skills. The first few floors tend to have very strong monsters, some just turn it into a competition to see how many monsters they could end and how many floors they can clear, said Meld while Izuku turned towards the knight commander. I'm assuming this wasn't your first trip here at the Orcus dungeon? Izuku rhetorically asked as he looked at the knight commander while Meld grinned and nodded his head. Orcus dungeon is a very good place to have battle training scenarios by fighting against monsters. It helps us come up with plans on how to defeat certain types of monsters and what to avoid. Those are all important things to know if we want to reduce the mortality on the battlefield, said Meld while Izuku nodded his head. I see. Since demons started to use monsters in the war, the Orcus Labyrinth is an entire battle simulation where you guys analyze all the monsters in there while coming up with plans on taking them down if possible? Izuku deduced, which made Meld pat Izuku on the back. You're pretty smart, kid, said Meld with a smile. He had already gotten to know Izuku for the past 2 weeks, and he really got along quite well with Izuku. I just think that violence isn't the answer for everything. Being prepared is half the battle. I'm the type who likes to prepare plans and contingency plans. You never know what could happen, said Izuku, giving his honest opinion, which Meld was impressed with and nodded his head in agreement. I just wish the others are half as prepared as you, said Meld with a small tired sigh. He could see that the other kids aren't taking this seriously. You can blame this on Cookie. He's the stubborn type, and unfortunately many in our class follow him blindly and end up unable to keep up with him. I doubt he will ever acknowledge it even if it's staring back at him, said Izuku while Meld closed his eyes. Meld-san, we've all regrouped. Cookie came butting in their conversation, unaware that he was being rude, but Izuku just rolled his eyes and walked away. Cookie could be seen standing in front of the other students as well as a few Hylian Kingdom knights. They were merely there for support and to ensure that the heroes of humanity would come out alive, even if it meant throwing their own lives instead. Shizuku waved at Izuku with a smile of her own. She had felt somewhat better after having talked with him the previous day, but she was feeling a sense of foreboding, but she had tried to not think negatively. Cookie watched as Shizuku sneakily went close to Izuku, and that made him frown as he clicked his tongue a little, but he didn't want to be obvious. He still wonders why Shizuku and Kaori like to get close to Izuku and Hajime. They were his childhood friends, so surely they should be standing next to him instead of hanging out with those two. Meld let out a sigh as he looked at the group of students who were wearing their hero uniform that was given to them by the kingdom. It was obvious from first glance that Cookie was gaining preferential treatment if we compare him to the other students. Cookie was wearing divine armor, which happened to be the strongest armor in the Hylian Kingdom. If that wasn't enough, Cookie was also given the Holy Sword Uralt, which is a legendary weapon used by various heroes in the past. Compared to the other students who didn't wear any form of armor, or even if they wore one, it was only slightly above average. Izuku could already guess that the kingdom could care less about their lives. As long as Cookie was still alive, and well, then humanity can still be saved. Listen up. Everyone helps each other in the labyrinth. No matter what, got it? Asked Meld loudly to convey how serious he is about this. Meld didn't want to imagine that one of those bright kids would be willing to hurt each other, but his own instinct told him that this whole training would end disastrously. Still, he was under strict order to prepare them for the upcoming war. Ending the monsters in the dungeon would give them a good combat experience and get used to fighting monsters instead of just fighting humans, because the war is against demons and monsters. Being a summoned hero has its perk, as you naturally gain cheat abilities that many of the residents of Tortus would wish to possess, especially combat-type jobs. Given the rarity of combat-type jobs, it had become apparent that many of the adventurers struggled against the monsters that lurked in the dungeon, but for the hero group, the monsters weren't much of a threat. Cookie swung his holy sword Urult, as he had cleaved a monster in half while Shizuku used her Yagashi sword style to deal with the opposing monsters that came to challenge her, but she was uncomfortable. It was obvious that the Yagashi sword style is an IAI sword style and the Night Sword was not really suited for her. Izuku was in a similar situation as he unsheathed his sword before he teleported in front of two monsters and had beheaded them so fast that his hand blurred. Eri, Suzu and Kaori were positioned at the back as they chanted in unison for a magic spell before launching it at once at the monsters, which caused it to be pulverized when facing the combined magic spell of the three girls. "All right, good job." Meld said as he rubbed the back of his head, already expecting such a good performance from the hero group as he walked towards the defeated monster and stuck his hand inside it. "I guess the small fries on the first floor are too weak for the hero party. But this is a practice run, so whatever," said Meld as he pulled from the monster demon stone and showed it to the others. "Thing is, don't forget that you have to collect the demon stones inside their bodies. This is sort of overkill," said Meld as he glanced this time at the magic party. "Especially the magic party. That magic attack was great and all, but using it depletes so much of your mana," said Meld with a sigh as Kaori, Suzu and Eri looked shocked. "And so I'd like you to keep going and taking shifts fighting in the front line. From the way you fight, I assume you'll be able to reach the 20th floor today. And someday maybe you'll be able to break the record and go beyond the 65th floor." Meld explained the strategy and what they should be aiming for. Afterwards, the hero group continued trekking through the dungeon as one by one the students took turns to fight, as Meld wanted each of the students to be able to fight regardless of whether their job is suited or not. "Midoriya Izuku!" shouted Meld as Izuku stepped forward and launched at great speed using his teleportation skill to shorten the distance between him and the monster. Taking the II stance of the dark sword style, Izuku sent barrages of slashes so fast that very few had seen it as the monster was reduced into pieces right before their eyes. Izuku then pulled the demon stone, which was unharmed as Izuku used his precision to avoid destroying it. "Excellent job," said Meld with a grin. Izuku was one of the few among the students who were skilled in the sword arts, so he was naturally impressed, especially with his precision in avoiding bringing harm to the stone and the cutting speed. Many of the students were in awe, with many voicing their amazement at Izuku's skills. Apparently, Izuku's standing among his classmates had increased given his feats so far and because he was one of the strongest in the class beside Cookie and Shizuku herself. Very few of the students, such as Cookie and Hayama, were gritting their teeth, albeit the latter was more obvious, while Cookie masked his jealousy knowing that Izuku's sword skill was superior to his own. It was obvious that while many had changed their attitude towards Izuku, as many had better things to do with their life than to constantly hate on a person who did nothing to them, others still viewed Izuku as the quirkless loser who got lucky with a good job. "Nice, you've improved," said Shizuku with a smile as she praised Izuku, much to the increasing jealousy of Cookie, whose face darkened. "Thanks. I think you also did great yourself," said Izuku with a smile which made Shizuku blush lightly as the group continued before encountering a wolf-like monster. Everyone could easily defeat it, but they decided to weaken it greatly to the point that the wolf-like monster was barely standing on his own feet and was bleeding. "Nagumo Hajime!" shouted Meld as Hajime walked towards the monster with his short sword raised, as he looked at the monster with a somewhat pale look, since he didn't know if the monster would try to do a desperate attack. After all, a cornered animal is the most dangerous, which is why Hajime was hesitant to get close to the monster. The wolf-like monster only looked at the human who was approaching it, knowing that it can't defeat him. "How about it? The others have weakened it for you so you can give it the ending blow. I know your class isn't a combat one, but you still have to know how to defend yourself," said Meld with a smile as he encouraged Hajime. "Thanks for the consideration," said Hajime with a sweat drop as he walked and kneeled towards the defeated monster. "It looks so weak, but it's still not dead." "Well, just to be safe, transmute," said Hajime as he placed his hand at the top of the monster's skull, which caused the monster to slam on the ground, its body completely frozen. Hajime took this opportunity to stab repeatedly at the monster's skull, ending it in the process as Meld looked intrigued and amazed. Hajime looked quite pale at seeing the monster brain matter oozing out. He used transmutation to freeze his foe and then deliver his ending blow. I didn't think that synergists have abilities that can be used for combat, Meld thought, as he finally decided to review his thoughts on what other combat abilities a synergist has. All right, return to the back row and recover your mana with a magic vial, said Meld as Hajime returned back and drank his own vial as he voiced to himself how he was still alive and not dead. Everyone's done already? Okay, prepare yourselves, we're going to the next floor, said Meld in surprise at seeing that the students were still ready to go to the next floor. That was good, glad to see this little trick can be useful when in battle, said Izuku as he patted Hajime's back while the latter chuckled awkwardly. Well, at least I can be of some help, said Hajime, feeling somewhat better that synergist wasn't completely useless, although it was inconvenient to have to make contact with the enemy to freeze them. Kaori obviously walked towards the two as she waved happily at Hajime, who looked at her tiredly and clearly embarrassed if his slightly tinted cheeks were any indication. I did ask you to protect me yesterday, but having you stand nearby to watch me is kinda embarrassing, said Hajime while Kaori looked rather shocked at what Hajime had said. After all, Hajime had his pride as a man, and so Kaori attempts to protect him as it is already hurt. Izuku chuckled somewhat, but suddenly he started to sense hostile intentions directed at both him and Hajime. He glanced at Hajime to see him noticing, as well as he looked quite pale and looked around him as if trying to discern who had directed such hostility. Izuku didn't really like where this was going. He had been feeling this sense of foreboding from the previous day, and this feeling increased today, especially whenever he and Shizuku are talking. He knows that a lot of boys in their class are jealous of his relationship with one of the school idols, Shizuku, but he didn't think that their hostility would be so much that they would want him dead already. He let out a sigh. He knew this training exercise would end up badly for him and Hajime as well. He glanced at Shizuku, who was unaware, but he could guess that she was also feeling that something was wrong. He decided that if something were to happen to him, he might let Shizuku know so that she could find the culprit and be careful. He would want her to get revenge for him if that were to happen, but he wouldn't want to endanger her life. The hero group had finally made it to the 20th floor. Cookie didn't miss the opportunity to show his skills as a hero chosen by a hit and impress the other classmates, including Shizuku and Kaori, as he wanted to wow them. 8,000 feathers soar and the heaven they arrive. Heavenly swing, shouted Cookie at the end as he swung the sword in a vertical fashion with such speed that the monster ended up being bisected. The other students started to praise Cookie for defeating a 20th floor monster as Cookie stood with his back turned against the monster and arm crossed as he smiled charmingly. Izuku and Shizuku shook their heads in disappointment, clearly unimpressed with Cookie's reckless and flashy behavior that could endanger their lives, but they doubted Cookie would ever care, or he would naturally just deflect all his involvement. There goes the last monster. Now it's Cookie's attempt for cool speech was interrupted when a fist descended on the top of his head, courtesy of Meld, who looked at him angrily. Sure, that was so cool, Mr. Flashy. But did you take into account that a skill too strong could cause the labyrinth to cave in? Asked Meld, clearly angry, while Cookie muttered a low apology. Kaori looked upward as she noticed that the skill used by Cookie had resulted in a portion of the roof of the dungeon to fall, which revealed a very beautiful and shiny crystal. What is that crystal? It's so shiny and sparkly, asked Kaori as she turned towards Meld, who looked at the crystal, clearly recognizing it. Oh, that's a Grant's crystal. And a big one at that. That's rare, commented Meld, the last part mostly to himself, since finding Grant's crystal is very rare, but most would use it for a ring. It doesn't have any special properties, but it shines beautifully, so it's pretty popular among nobles, explained Meld as Kaori looked in awe. It is beautiful, Kaori muttered to herself softly as she looked mesmerized by the crystal beauty and was mostly thinking of herself and Hajime. And yup, that was the last one, so we're done here for today. Everyone, let's head back, ordered Meld as most of the students started to move back to return to the surface. I'll take it for you then. You want it, don't you, Kaori? Asked Hayama as he gave a cocky look at Kaori, whom he was trying to impress before he started to recklessly climb the wall. Hayama-kun, don't, shouted Kaori as she didn't really want the crystal, but Hayama had just assumed and recklessly charged towards the crystal to take it, which made Meld finally notice. Fool! Don't act on your own, shouted Meld upon noticing Hayama climbing the walls for the crystal, but Hayama ignored the warning. Calm down, it's not even that high, said Hayama, nonchalantly refusing to get down even when Meld called him to come down. That's not it. Get down this instant. I told you all before that this labyrinth could have dangerous traps in it, shouted Meld back, but Hayama just ignored as he continued to climb, quickly approaching the crystal. Yeah, whatevs. It's just a stone, said Hayama, rolling his eyes at the warning made by the Knight Commander. Noisy old coward, thought Hayama, annoyed by Meld's attitude towards him as he only saw a stone, one that Kaori happened to like, so that was worth the risk in his book. See? Easy peasy, said Hayama as he reached the crystal and grabbed it, which started to glow, showing that it was a trap. It's a trap. Let go of that stone right now, shouted Meld, but Hayama was slow in the head and didn't notice until a magic circle appeared underneath each and every member of the class. The thing is, the magic circle that appeared happened to be the very same one that had originally transported them to this world, something that many had noticed. The glow of the magic circle died down and revealed that they were teleported to what appeared to be a stone bridge. What is that black circle? Cookie wondered out loud as everyone noticed it as well and looked at the magic circle activated before a horn made an appearance and later the body of a demonic beast. Upon realizing the threat that is facing them, Meld decided to instruct the other kids to make their escape. It was obvious that the demonic beast was way out of the league of the group at their current level. You kids, turn back and run away, ordered Meld while Cookie looked at him with shock, having realized that Meld might attempt a final stand to keep the beast busy. Fool. Just do as I say. That's a behemoth. Even the strongest party that had ventured into the 65th floor couldn't put a dent into it. You have to run away while I hold it here, shouted Meld as the students started running away from fear. Izuku clicked his tongue as he too retreated. He didn't like doing something so cowardly, but he can't be selfish and endanger the rest because he wants to help Meld. Wait! There's a black circle ahead too, shouted Shizuku upon seeing that another dark magic circle appeared in their running direction before out of nowhere skeletons started to appear cornering the student. The knights, upon seeing the panicked students, had started to slash away at the skeletons to show that they were not much of a threat, especially to the students who are summoned heroes. As such, they naturally possess powers far superior to them. Calm down everyone. They're just Traum soldiers from the 38th floor. We can defeat them if we put our strength together, shouted one of the knights as he continued to slash away at the Traum soldiers. Fight! The commander is still protecting our rear, shouted the second knight as he slashed through another one of the Traum soldiers. Hearing those encouraging words from the soldiers, the students who were summoned to the world of Tortus had their own courage renewed as they all started to attack the Traum soldiers. Everyone, keep calm and enter battle formations. Support the knights and we'll break through. Shizuku shouted the instructions to the students. She's reliable as always. Without her, this party would have fallen a long time ago, thought Izuku, admitting that Cookie's stupidity and recklessness would have been their death a very long time ago if he was left unchecked. Speaking about that bastard Cookie, where is he? Thought Izuku as he slashed through the Traum soldiers, but yet didn't find that bastard, and he had a gut feeling what the bastard was doing. Just like Izuku had predicted, Cookie Amanagawa ignored the orders they received and instead sent a slash attack at the behemoth. He didn't know if that hero bastard was doing this only for the glory or was his title as a hero had gotten in his head. No way. Heavenly Swing didn't even flinch it. How can we even defeat it? Asked Cookie as he still stayed on guard, but that angered Meld, who had told them to retreat. What are you doing? Run away, shouted Meld as he tried to pull back the reckless Cookie away and now started to understand what Izuku had meant back then. I can't let you fight it alone, Meld-san, shouted Cookie passionately as he tried to argue with the Knight Commander, who was not the least bit amused. This is no situation to think about someone else. I can't let any of you die, shouted Meld, as this was his responsibility to protect the future heroes that will save humanity from their fate, even if it meant sacrificing his life. Izuku was getting pissed off at seeing this. He was tempted to go there and beat the living daylight out of that FING deadweight. He was surrounded by imbeciles that made him regularly question everything. His hair was slowly starting to turn more white, something that Shizuku, who was worriedly glancing at him, had noticed and looked back to see what Cookie was doing and now understood why he was angry, as she too started to get very annoyed by this. "Amanagawa-kun, let's retreat for now," shouted Hajime as he returned to drag Cookie back, or at least convince that bastard to help with defeating the Traumsoldiers. "It's chaotic back there. We need you, leader," said Hajime once more as he swallowed his own annoyance to convey the next words. "There's nobody as strong as you, Amanagawa-kun. We need you to lead us. We need a strong leader to light the way. Thinking about yourself and look at your friends," shouted Hajime once more, which surprised Cookie. Being told that he was needed by the others had definitely pushed the right button in him. For someone like Cookie, who is drunk on his own title as the hero of Tortus, it made him smirk internally, as those people need him. That meant that not even Izuku, whom he disliked for hanging around Shizuku, could get the job done. Even Hajime, who he also disliked for hanging around Kaori as well, was a weakling and admitted his own incompetence to him. "Then what about that beast? We can't leave it alone either," shouted Cookie. He wasn't concerned in the least. If anything, defeating the behemoth would get the others to recognize that he was a hero. By defeating a beast that not even powerful adventurers, not even Izuku, could defeat, would further show those people who's the strongest in the party. Why he was instead chosen as the hero and not someone like Izuku. Maybe this will get Shizuku and Kaori to also realize that hanging around those two won't be good for them when they can be with him, a dependable and strong hero who is going to save this world. He will be the hero and they will be his own heroine, as they will go together to save the world, but as long as they hang around those two, his ideal dream of saving this world will be incomplete. After all, a hero always needs a heroine. "I have an idea," said Hajime with his one arm crossed to his chest and with conviction in his eyes, as he was ready to buy some time for everyone else in order to ensure everyone makes it out alive. Cookie frowned, not liking this one bit, not because Hajime was risking his life for everyone else, but because he believed that Hajime was trying to take away his glory as a hero. "Nagumo is weak. If I can't bring that thing down, then that deadweight would get himself ended. This might be good for me. If he dies, then Kaori won't have to hang around him and won't be dragged down with him." Cookie thought hard in his own head before he smirked internally. He was aware that Kaori would be devastated with Hajime's death, but that's because she's naturally a kind person. He will swoop in like a hero and then comfort her. In such a vulnerable state of mind, Kaori would lean onto him and become dependent on him, hence solidifying in her head and heart that he was the hero. He was the main character of this story. He will probably come up with some lie like how Hajime would want this and that to get her to comply even more with him. Izuku, Kyugi, Ryuru and all those people aren't the main characters of this story. They were just side characters or supporting characters whose only purpose in this world is to make him shine brighter than anyone else in here. This is the only privilege they will ever receive from him. Even if they die, they'd be honored to have been a stepping stone for his amazing quest to save this world and become its hero. This made Cookie internally grin at the thought. He had first thought that Hajime was useless and a deadweight, but that Quirkless nobody had his own uses to him which would help boost his status as a hero. He will also have to get rid of Izuku while he's also at it. He doesn't like how that deadweight has gained such a good power, and he may be even more of a threat to his ambition. After all, heroes at one point have to sacrifice those around him in order to shine the brightest. Those around him are expendable aside from the very few like Shizuku, Kaori, Ryuru and very few who are part of the main cast. "Be careful then," said Cookie, but he didn't mean any of his words, as he wanted Hajime out of the picture as soon as possible. "I will, now then go," said Hajime, which made Cookie annoyed that he was ordered around but complied. Sooner that deadweight would be out of the picture and he will be a distant memory. "They're endless," shouted Shizuku as she slashed through the Traumsoldiers that seemed to be endless and doesn't seem to decrease in number. If anything, it looked like it was increasing in number. "Shizuku! Behind you!" shouted Ryuru as he saw Traumsoldiers trying to attack Shizuku from her back, only for the Traumsoldiers to be diced in pieces courtesy of Izuku, who had her back covered. "I've got you covered," Just focus ahead of you and I will protect your back, said Izuku while Shizuku smiled clearly, happy to have Izuku have her back. Thanks, Izuku-kun, said Shizuku as she had started to slash through the Traumsoldiers until a light slash attack was aimed at the Traumsoldiers and took many of them down. Izuku jumped back since the attack was also aimed at him. He turned to glare at Cookie, who feigned ignorance at the fact that he also tried to take him down in that attack. Be careful where you send your attacks, you fing jackass, shouted Izuku. This world is already bad for his health. He was never this short-tempered, but those people continuously test him and are pushing his buttons. Are you all right, Shizuku? Everyone, sorry for being late, shouted Cookie as he turned to look at Shizuku, ignoring Izuku's words. Shizuku, on the other hand, was not happy. She had clearly seen that the attack was also intentionally aimed at Izuku. She didn't think that Cookie had it in him, but she was now getting worried that Cookie may be the one who is planning something sinister towards Izuku. Listen to me. We need to cut our way through here. Till our exit is secured, the behemoth is to be confined. The magic unit is to immediately go to Commander Meld and follow his instructions. Cookie was quick to give orders. Nagumo will hold back the rear, we will provide protection, said Cookie, which naturally shocked Kaori and Izuku, who looked back worriedly at his friend's reckless behavior. Leave the forward to me. We have to defeat these monsters and secure the exit. I will open our path, shouted Cookie as he raised his holy sword Urult and pointed it towards the Traumsoldiers. Merciful God, with this hit, let all sins be forgiven. Might of heaven, shouted Cookie as he sent a large blast that took large portion of the many Traumsoldiers. Now, attack! Shouted Cookie upon creating a path for the other students, while Izuku grunted but decided to comply for now for the safety of others and to get back to Hajime and help him. Think you can do it, boy? Asked Meld as he looked back at Hajime, who gave a nod full of conviction, ready to protect his classmates. Yeah, shouted Hajime as he waited for everyone to give him the opening needed to go forward with his plan to ensure everyone can make it out. You're allowed just this once. Attack with all your might, thought Meld in his head as he held against the behemoth, ready to protect the students and give them the necessary opening to restrain it as he continued to battle it. Now, I'm counting on you, said Meld as Hajime proceeded to rush towards the behemoth, and despite his own fear, his conviction as well as motivation to protect others was strong enough to numb his fear completely. Okay, transmute, shouted Hajime as the wall of earth appeared from the ground and restrained the behemoth, but it's simply not going to be enough to do the job. Magic unit, are your preparations ready? Attack the behemoth together as soon as the boy retreats, shouted Meld the orders, while at the same time, Cookie had slashed through a group of Traumsoldiers, clearing a path for their escape. Boy, it's ready, shouted Meld as Hajime looked back and started to run towards their direction, retreating for now. Just run, boy. Now. Start the mystic chant, shouted Meld upon seeing that the behemoth had started to move as well towards them, while Izuku rushed towards Hajime, ready to also assist him in the escape. Many attacks were aimed at the behemoth as Izuku teleported a few more times to reach towards Hajime and grabbed onto him, ready to also teleport as well, but his mana was low at the moment, so he needed to do it quickly. Don't worry, buddy, I've always got your back, said Izuku, while Hajime had smiled at seeing that Izuku will always be there for him in those times as he started to teleport them back to the others, but two other people had different plans for them. Suddenly, two different attacks had changed direction and hit them both at the same time, as it shocked everyone present except the perpetrators, as the ground underneath them broke as a result and they started to fall. Izuku clung to a part of the ground while at the same time grabbing Hajime before he too could fall deep. Izuku had been taken by surprise by such a surprise attack, but he should have expected this. Hold on to me, said Izuku as Hajime in fear gripped into his hands, tightly afraid of falling deep in the pits just like anyone else would, but also he was frozen since he knew that someone tried to end them. That's when Cookie had appeared running towards them as he grabbed onto Izuku's hand, looking like he was going to pull the two upwards, but Izuku knew that Cookie had other intentions. It could be seen clearly in his expression. Don't worry, you two, I will save you both, shouted Cookie loud enough for the others to hear, but he realized that one will soon try to help him pull those two up, and this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get rid of them. Amanagawa-kun, pull us up, said Hanmei desperately but hopeful that he and Izuku can be saved, but yet he was unaware of what the bastard hero had planned as Cookie looked at them menacingly and with utter disgust. Good riddance, I hope you two quirkless trash die down there, said Cookie in a whisper tone, but enough for the two to hear them as he intentionally pushed them down, essentially letting them fall to the pits. Cookie then proceeded to dislocate his own shoulder intentionally from the ground to avoid suspicion. He then proceeded to fake surprise as he had dramatically shouted for their names for extra dramatic effect. Hajime was in shock as he had fallen along with Izuku down. Izuku on the other hand was shocked, but at the same time he had realized that this was going to happen one day and instead gave Cookie the middle finger. Cookie, why the hell did you let them fall? Shouted Meld as he caught onto Cookie, who was faking pain as some went to check on him and saw that he had dislocated his shoulder. Meld-san, Amanagawa-kun had dislocated his shoulder. He may not have been able to support both their weights on his one hand, said one of the students who was convinced that Cookie didn't let them fall intentionally. I'm so sorry. I failed them, I couldn't save them. Cookie had started to fake his tears as he hunched on the ground and slammed his hand repeatedly on the ground for more dramatic effect. He was aiming for their sympathy, and just like he had wanted, the students and other soldiers had started to look away, feeling bad for him, knowing that it must be hard for Hiro-sama to watch his classmates and friend die before his eyes. Unfortunately for Cookie, 3 people had seen what he did since they were close to him at the time of his betrayal. The first to see him was Shizuku, who had her suspicion of Cookie's due to his earlier attack at the Traumsoldiers, in which he had intentionally aimed at Izuku in the midst of confusion and chaos. She was shocked. Her body was trembling as she realized that Cookie, whom she at least thought highly of despite his annoying habits, had tried to end both Izuku and Hajime. She thought he was at least honorable to not do something so underhanded and treacherous, but her assessment was wrong. The second person to see Cookie's betrayal was Kaori herself. She had seen the attack that was aimed at the two. Not only that, she saw Cookie dislocate his own shoulder intentionally. After all, she was this group healer, so Kaori knew full well the difference between intentional injury and unintentional injury. Kaori was frozen in shock. Unlike Shizuku, the thought that she had failed Hajime back there when she had promised to protect him, the fact that her own friend would do something so heinous and despicable took a lot of toll on her mind, and she let out a scream that took everyone off guard. "Kaori!" shouted Shizuku as she caught Kaori, who started to scream before she fainted in her arms. Cookie stood up ready to head towards her along with Hayama. "Shirasaki, are you okay?" shouted Cookie in obvious concern, while Hayama also voiced his worry, but as they approached they were met by the ending intent from Shizuku. "Not one step closer or I will cut you down," shouted Shizuku threateningly. She was angry. If it wasn't for her training, she'd have also collapsed, but her anger was the most dominant emotion in her at the moment. "What are you saying all of a sudden, Yagashi-san? We're just worried for Shirasaki-san's health," said Hayama, but his intention was very clear to Shizuku and anyone who knew him enough. "That's correct. We need to get her back to a healer in the kingdom before her condition worsens. We can't lose any more comrade." "I can't lose any more of my comrades," shouted Cookie passionately, even though he was annoyed by Hayama's existence but decided to tolerate him for now. Everyone believed him except Shizuku and Meld. Yes, Meld had seen what Cookie had done and had also connected the dots and realized that Hayama had also been in league with Cookie's traitorous act. He was in shock. He thought that Cookie had his faults, but he believed that the boy had a good heart on his shoulder and that a few exercises in the dungeon would mature him and make him into a responsible and capable leader. How did it come to this? Meld thought clearly, in pain, as he knew that Cookie and by extension Hayama would escape responsibility and would go scot-free because the kingdom needs them. Hajime woke up half submerged in the water, but it was too dark where he was in, as he had realized that the water was reaching his navel but not enough to drown him. "Where am I? I'm alive? Was I saved?" asked Hajime to himself as he tried to recount what happened after he fell from the bridge halfway through and threw up the water he swallowed. He easily remembered how Cookie had betrayed them. Not only that, he had remembered how Izuku had instead switched position with him to take the full brunt of the fall. With his average stats, if he had fallen hard on the ground, he would have actually died. Even at times like this, Izuku always had his back. He felt very ashamed of this as he started to look around him and saw Izuku lying next to him unconscious. He stood up from the water as he looked back at Izuku as he checked on his pulse. He at least knew something so basic and could already tell that he was breathing, which made him sigh in relief knowing that he's alive, albeit he was unconscious, which is normal. He's alive, that's good. I don't think I will be able to live with myself knowing that I was responsible for my best friend's death, said Hajime to himself as he started to pull Izuku out of the water. Izuku had risked his life for him, a deadweight. He can't let his only ally in this world die because of his weakness. They will both survive together. They will both come out alive. Anyway, I must move forward. I have to get us both somehow back. My body hurts all over. I'm saved for now thanks to Izuku though, said Hajime as he started to drag Izuku's body with him. It was difficult to carry Izuku with him, especially with his own injuries and Izuku weight on him, but Hajime was many things, but he was not a person who'd just leave a friend behind, especially someone who had saved him many times in the past. It'll be fine, we'll surely be fine, thought Hajime to himself as he dragged both himself and Izuku with him as he placed Izuku's arm around his shoulder to walk, albeit it was hard. Luckily, there was a Grant's crystal which, due to its white glow, it had helped him see where he was headed to. It was good since he now can navigate around. He looked at Izuku once more and froze a little. Instead of being met with Izuku half green half white hair, he was instead met with pure white hair. Since Izuku's eyes were closed, he can't see if Izuku's eyes also changed color, but he could already guess that his other eye must have turned blue as well. His hair had fully turned white. Now that I think about it, it's not just his hair but also his entire appearance that has changed. He had gotten taller and more muscular, thought Hajime as he realized that Izuku looked like a different person all completely. The only reason he knew this was Izuku was because of the clothes he was wearing and the night sword that remained sheathed to his hips, but then he looked forward only to see a hideous-looking rabbit. Our rabbit? Such large legs. It looks so hideous, said Hajime only to fall on his back suddenly as a wind attack almost ended him. Hajime hit his back on the wall behind him while Izuku fell to the ground like a log. What? A shell? If I get hit by that, I don't stand a chance. This monster is clearly not from the surface. Another powerful monster as the behemoth? Hajime thought, clearly panicked. He tried to dissuade the rabbit from ending him with his hand, but the rabbit wasn't going to listen and went on the offensive, which Hajime closed his eyes expecting to die only for him to open his eyes and saw the rabbit caught by a large hand. What? It stopped, said Hajime, but reality was far from being kind to Hajime, who saw a large bear easily towering over him rip the rabbit apart that was a few minutes ago trashing him around before eating it. Hajime was horrified as he made the mistake of letting out a horrified scream which caught the monster's attention, who had just recently finished eating the Kickmaster rabbit, and before he could realize it, Hajime found his left arm cut off due to a claw attack. Hajime didn't realize what happened until he saw his left arm a few feet away from him and let out a cry of pain as he realized that he just lost his own arm as the claw bear had taken his arm and started to munch on it, causing blood to spill from its mouth. My arm! Shouted Hajime in clear agonizing pain. He had just been crippled. His mind was trying to register that he was in such a difficult situation, and without Izuku awake, he will die, or rather they both will die. He turned around and used his transmute ability to open a hole in the wall. He tried to drag Izuku with him, but he didn't know if he could because the claw bear would reach him quickly. The claw bear had sent a slash attack towards the two, but before anything could happen, the attack was blocked. Hajime looked behind him in shock as he saw Izuku awake with the night sword used to shield them. Izuku! Shouted Hajime in clear shock at seeing Izuku awake, and he felt glad. Maybe Izuku can help, but he didn't know if it was possible given how powerful the monster is. Unfortunately, the night sword had shattered from the attack, but that didn't deter Izuku, who looked at the claw bear with his cold blue eyes. Monsters like the claw bear are instinctive creatures. It realized that before it was a monster, or more like a demon. Your sight is repulsing, said Izuku, and faster than the claw bear could react, It was bisected in two as its two halves fell on both opposite sides. The gooey, disgusting blood of the claw bear pooled all over the ground. A katana was in his right hand, but it wasn't just any normal katana. Instead, it was a legendary katana wielded by the legendary Sparta before it was later passed down onto his son Virgil Sparta. This was the Yamato, a dark-forged katana. "You okay there, Hajime?" "Or maybe that was a bad question," said Izuku as he realized that Hajime had lost his entire left arm and was crippled. "Izuku, thank God you're alive. I thought we're going to die. I thought I'm going to die from that monster," shouted Hajime, feeling somewhat hysterical at the near-death experience. "You need to rest. We can't continue with your current state, so use your own transmute and make a shelter inside while I will protect you for the time being, so go rest," said Izuku while Hajime didn't complain. He proceeded to use the transmute repeatedly to go inside the wall, but as a result, he had fainted after creating a big enough shelter. Izuku made sure to check up on him to prevent any complication, but as he realized that it was just mana exhaustion, he relaxed somewhat. He turned to the monster that he ended. He still had questions in regards to the katana that had appeared in his hand, but he felt like he knew the katana, like he had been wielding it his entire life. The name Yamato rolled in his tongue. He knew instinctively how powerful it was. Nonetheless, he was betrayed, or rather they were betrayed. He had expected that would happen at one point. He still thought that Cookie at least may have some honor, or at least may take being a hero seriously, but to do something like that was unforgivable. Society always labels people either as heroes or villains. Heroes used to be a title granted to those who perform good deeds without expecting anything in return, while villains are people who are just selfish and enjoy hurting others. But not all heroes are good people. Neither villains are bad people. Cookie was a hero, but yet he betrayed them. Cookie tried to end them, and that made him a lot more angry, especially his words before he kicked them both into the abyss. "Good riddance. I hope you two quirkless trash die down there." It had always been like that. People with good quirks are always the ones who are favored the most by others, despite some of them being absolute trash, like Bakugo, who made his entire childhood a living hell. Izuku knows that even if the kingdom were to actually learn about what Cookie had done, they will probably let him go scot-free. If anything, they will probably try to justify his action because he is the hero. Since he didn't have a fancy job like Cookie, he will probably be labeled MIA or dead. This made him realize that heroes in his world aren't really so different. He was sure that the higher-ups of the hero society are covering up for some of their favorite heroes just because they're important, just like Cookie will have his crimes covered. This was an eye-opening experience. Aside from Shizuku as well as Kaori, he wasn't that particularly close to any of his classmates. If anything, he tolerated a large number of his classmates because he had no choice, being quirkless and all. He was grateful for getting a good job, but he still didn't want to be involved in this stupid war. He tried many times to get the other students to realize what they're getting involved into, but they chose to listen to Cookie than to listen to him. How typical of them. They were just mindless sheeps who listen only to their betters, albeit their so-called better is a complete moron who could care less about any of them and would probably sacrifice them like how he did. Why should he return to them? For the past few weeks, Izuku had realized how bad the situation was. He also realized how stupid his classmates were aside from Shizuku and Kaori. All of them were excited to be heroes, thinking they were going to become main characters. Even someone like Bakugo, for all his aggressiveness and harassment, he actually had a working brain in his head and would have realized the severity of the situation and planned something out to ensure he returned back to his world. He could already see Bakugo saying something like, "Save your own selves, you effing extras. You can all just drop dead. Why the hell should I help you extras?" This was what Izuku had imagined Bakugo would say to the Pope if he were asked to help save the world from the demon race. Bakugo was definitely not going to accept being a puppet. That aside, this world was Tortu's and not Earth. He was no longer in Japan, and that meant that the laws of his old world did not apply here. He wants to go back home to see his mom, who must be worried about him. He doesn't care about this stupid world. He will side with no one but himself. Those who want to side with him are more than welcomed as long as they don't hold him back. Speaking of holding him back, he looked back and with his superhuman sight, he was able to see Hajime sleeping. Hajime is weak, but that doesn't mean he can't get strong. If they're going to get out, Hajime will need to start pulling his own weight, but nobody can get strong this quick, especially Hajime, who has only average Tortu stats for him, but there is a way, a very risky one. Monsters weren't attacking him at the moment. They probably realized that he was far stronger than them, but for his plan to work, he needed to end the many monsters down there. Using his own super-enhanced senses, he located his first monster, which was a Kickmaster rabbit hiding behind a large rock trying to blend in, but upon just realizing that it was found, it only looked at him in resignation. Down there, it was survival of the fittest. The Kickmaster rabbit realized that it wasn't going to come out alive. Izuku touched Yamato, faster than it could react. Its head was cleanly cut off and it was sent flying towards a wall. A gooey liquid, which was its blood, had pooled down from its head, staining the ground, but he didn't care much. Izuku lifted the dead Kickmaster rabbit and threw it towards the dead claw bear before he started to walk in the direction of another monster. He didn't need to take long to find it, as its large size made it easy to notice. This one was rebellious, as it generated electricity around its own body before it fired it towards him, which he let hit him. The twin-tail wolf looked in a little bit of anticipation, only for him to come out unscathed, albeit his clothes were torn. "It's useless," said Izuku bluntly, which made the monster freeze, realizing that its attack had no effect on the demon that stood before it, and surrendered as it was bisected in half faster than it can react. Just like with the Kickmaster rabbit, a gooey blood also pooled down on the floor as both its halves fell on both opposite sides. Izuku hardly cared as he dragged half of it back to where the other monsters were. "That's good. Now this is up to Hajime to decide, but in order to survive down there, he will need to take the risk," said Izuku to himself. Hajime was crippled, and adding on to his stats, he won't survive even with his help. He started to use Yamato to cut the monsters into small pieces of meat. Luckily, he is very much capable of using fire magic, so he will cook it for Hajime so he can eat it. Normally, this should end anyone, but the ambrosia inside is going to help increase Hajime's survival. If Hajime wants to return home, he will need to abandon his humanity completely. Taking those pieces of meat, he had walked inside the hole that Hajime had created and sat inside as he placed the meat safely somewhere close to him before he pulled several small mana vials from earlier. "It's a good thing that I'm naturally paranoid," said Izuku to himself. He had brought quite a few mana vials with him because he knew he can't trust the others from his class to not do something so outrageous and stupid. He drank one of the vials, emptying it all completely before he pulled another one and proceeded to force Hajime to drink it while sleeping. To ensure that Hajime had actually ingested the content of vials, he moved Hajime's head backwards, which forced Hajime to drink in his sleep as he heard the gulping noises. "Good. That should help him to recover his own mana quickly," said Izuku to himself as he sat back, leaning on the wall of the cave that Hajime had created just a few minutes ago. He had 2 empty vials as he looked at the liquid that was hitting Hajime's mouth. It was the ambrosia, as he went and started to refill the vials with ambrosia instead. Maybe 1 vial of ambrosia may not be enough, so he prepared a second one in case Hajime needed a second one for the procedure. It should be enough to ensure that his plans for Hajime work, but for now, he will have to wait until he wakes up. Status: Name: Izuku Sparta / age 16 / sex male / level / job Dark Slayer / What the hell? My last name has changed and my stats can't be measured. I need to know who the hell is that Sparta guy? Said Izuku to himself, but he had an idea. It may have something to do with his new katana. He had a lot of questions, but at the same time, he felt like he was going to get them very soon. Hajime had woken up. The phantom pain of having lost his left arm was a reminder that he was stuck deep in the pits of hell. If it weren't for Izuku, he would have once again been turned into another food for the large claw bear. "It hurts." Hajime moaned in pain as he gripped onto his shoulder where his missing arm is located. He had realized that he was healed somewhat due to the effect of the ambrosia that was trickling down from the ceiling. "Why did this happen to me?" said Hajime as he laid on the ground, wanting to die at this very moment, but at the same time he didn't want to die. Izuku had walked inside and saw Hajime awake, and he could already guess what was going inside his head. He can't have Hajime give up yet on life. He'd be a failure for a friend if he did. "Are you going to just die like this? What about your parents? Have they even crossed your mind?" asked Izuku, making his appearance towards Hajime, who rolled toward Izuku. Izuku, you're here? Said Hajime weakly as he heard the words made by Izuku and realized that he was right. He didn't even once think about his own parents. Are you going to allow those two bastards Cookie as well as Hayama to get away with what they've done because I'm not going to let them have their way? So tell me, are you strong or are you weak? Asked Izuku as he sat in front of Hajime. I for one believe you're stronger than this, so don't give up, not for me but for your parents who are waiting for you back home. Screw them. Screw those people of Tortus. I'm going back home, are you with me? Asked Izuku as he reminded Hajime of who was waiting for him back home. You're right. I want to go home, shouted Hajime, being reminded of who was waiting for him. He didn't care about his classmates nor about his promise to make Shirasaki happy. He wanted to return back home. He would end anyone who tried to get in the way of his ambition to return back home. Even if they're humans, demons, monsters, or even he hit himself, he will end them all if they were to stand in his way. Standing up, Hajime looked weary and tired. He was already feeling hungry before he looked at Izuku, already thinking that Izuku had plans. Izuku had always been a very reliable friend who had everything planned beforehand, including contingency plans. Currently, we're on the first floor in the lower levels of the Orcus Labyrinth. Right now, your current strength won't be enough to have you survive the harshness of his place, but I have a solution for you, but that depends if you're willing to make the sacrifice needed, said Izuku while Hajime listened. You're right. I'm weak and pathetic. I've always relied on you and I've put you in a lot of trouble because of that. If I can become strong, I will give anything to no longer be a burden, said Hajime with conviction. Good to hear. Right now, I've gone around and ended a few monsters on the first floor. There are 3 types of monster, the Kickmaster Rabbit, Claw Bear and Twin-Tailed Wolf, said Izuku as he pulled the 3 different meats. Hajime already had an idea where this was going and gulped, but he had already made his resolve to get back home. As he waited for Izuku to finish what he was saying. Now then, normally eating monster meat is very dangerous and lethal. Your chance of survival is very low, but luckily for you, there is an ambrosia on the wall of this cave, said Izuku as Hajime looked surprised as he realized that this was an ambrosia which he had read about in the library. So you want me to eat the monster meat and drink the ambrosia which would get me to survive? Asked Hajime, guessing Izuku's intention, who had nodded his head. While you were sleeping, I've taken the liberty of giving you a mana vial to help you regenerate your own mana that you had lost. I've refilled the 2 vials with ambrosia which they're here, said Izuku as he pulled the 2 vials with the liquid inside of it. Hajime took the 2 vials. He then looked at 3 pieces of meat. He was hungry and he wanted to survive. So he opened the vial before like an animal. He munched on the piece of meat aggressively and started to gulp it down his throat, followed by pouring the entire content of the ambrosia. It was disgusting and it smelled bad was what Hajime had thought in his own head, but he continued to eat like it was his very last meal. Hajime continued to swallow it down his own throat without digesting it in his mouth because he couldn't bear the taste. Suddenly, his body started to feel like breaking as he had started to scream in pain and agony and fell on the ground hunched over. Thanks to the ambrosia, it had healed his tearing body, but then his body collapsed and spasmed again as his body broke and healed repeatedly. Hajime then let out a loud monster-like scream which had scared some of the monsters that still remained on the first floor of the bottom of the abyss. Izuku was rightfully worried, but he had to have faith in Hajime to make it out alive, so he sat down. Hajime's hair turned white and his eyes became blood red. If it weren't for the red eyes, Hajime could actually pass off as Izuku brother at this point. Hajime then looked at his arm which was releasing dark red lines. What? What is this power? Hajime asked himself as he found the dark red lines that reminded him of one of the demons in the first floor of the abyss. Eat the other 2 meats, ordered Izuku while Hajime grunted but listened nonetheless as he ate the rest of the other meat with his vial of ambrosia on his right hand in case he needed it. This is disgusting, said Hajime, not liking the taste nor the smell, but he had started to tolerate it. Luckily, he didn't need the ambrosia because he had a stomach capable of now digesting monster meat. I know. Now catch, said Izuku as he had thrown Hajime's status plate that had fallen a little bit earlier when he was escaping. Hajime had easily caught it in his one hand and opened it to show his new stats. Language comprehension. What? Hajime was baffled by the skills he now had, including the increase in his stats, which before was only just at level 2 but now he was easily level 17. He raised his hand, finding the purple electricity dancing in his own hand, but he couldn't shoot it out like the thunder. Instead, it was just an ability that allows him to gather electricity in his body, and realized that this must be a skill from one of the monsters that Izuku had ended down there while he was out cold. Then he started to use the second new skill and started to move around at fast speed around the small cave and grinned as he realized how fast he had become, and it made him happy. Before he had sent a blade of wind with his hand that caused a part of the wall to be destroyed. Those skills belong to those demons, then that must mean eating demon flesh. Grant me special ability that once belonged to them, said Hajime as he then looked at Izuku, who nodded his head with a grin. Those monster bodies hold magic. By ingesting their flesh and meat, you will naturally absorb the magic that the demon body holds. You're also now a half-human, half-monster hybrid, so that should make up for your crippled state, said Izuku while Hajime grinned a little. I feel even stronger. I guess it was worth the risk, said Hajime as while his action was suicidal and not sane, but he was willing to make the risk to survive and no longer constantly depend on others to save him. That aside, before we try to leave this floor, we first need to have you create a weapon in order to fight. You should be able to create guns and the like if you try, said Izuku while Hajime was reminded that he needed a weapon at the moment. You're kinda right, said Hajime with a grin as he went around and started to appraise the minerals that he could find around, and before long Hajime was already focused on starting to create a weapon for him in order to fight. Izuku was patient, and so he sat down watching him work while Yamato was placed on his lap ready to be drawn at any moment to cut the enemy down at any moment. Notice, although the monsters in this floor had recognized him as the king. Hajime had wanted to ask about the katana, but he decided to ask later once they're safe and sound. Hajime had to admit that staring at the katana made his blood shiver. It's as if he subconsciously knew what the sword was. The dark energy coming from it made him shiver slightly. Nonetheless, Hajime's focus returned to some of the stones that he had found around. Creating complicated weapons like guns were difficult, but Hajime was patient as he stayed through the whole thing for a very long time. Given the darkness of the first floor of the abyss, it was hard to keep up with how much time had passed. Hours may have passed, or maybe even an entire day may have already passed, but the two best friends hardly cared about the passage of time as they were in no rush. Hajime throughout the whole process had never eaten or drank water, nor did he sleep. For Izuku, he didn't have the urge to eat nor did have the urge to sleep, so he just sat there watching Hajime with keen interest as he saw how many times Hajime had failed. Izuku just sat there almost like a statue. He had nothing better to do with his time as the monster down there was too weak for his taste and Hajime will need something to practice on, so he had to leave some monsters for Hajime to play with. Hajime failed thousands of times, but each failure had allowed Hajime to be able to increase his synergist skill. This was dedication. Nobody can just sit like this staring at a stone intensely. Nonetheless, Hajime had completed his weapon. Approximately 35 centimeters in length, with 6 chambers on the cylinder, the large revolver was dubbed as Donner. Donner was created using Tor stone, which is the hardest and toughest stone of all minerals that Hajime had appraised so far. Hajime used it to create the gun frame and bullets. Inside the gun, Hajime put in a combustion stone that he turned into powder. Bang! The technomagical revolver that is powered by the skill, lighting field, shot a bullet with a power akin to that of a small railgun, which had caused the head of a Kickmaster rabbit to explode with gore and brain matter oozing out of its head. Nice. Seems you found some use for the lighting field, said Izuku as he let out a small whistle, definitely liking the gun that Hajime had created with his synergist class. I should be able to end any monster down there no matter who they are, said Hajime with a grin on his face while Izuku nodded his own head as Hajime's current skill is good. That's good. It seems that having you eat the monster meat was worth the risk. You should be able to level up depending on the amount of new monster meat you can digest, said Izuku as he saw Hajime eat the meat of the rabbit. He ended. It seems you're right. I'm not leveling up from eating those monsters since I ate them before. Still, I have some business here, said Hajime with an evil grin and a glint in his eyes while Izuku looked amused. Izuku may have ended the claw bear that had attacked him and cut off his left arm, but that doesn't mean he can't take it out on the other claw bear that is still down there. Izuku stood at the corner, not revealing himself as he watched as Hajime was face to face with a claw bear. The demon stared down at the little human that had come to challenge it with a grin on his face, but it realized that it had no chance of winning. You may not be the one who took my arm, but your buddy did, and I have a grudge to settle against your entire species, said Hajime loudly with a grin on his face, clearly not afraid of the monster that once intimidated him and forced him to retreat. Bang! Its arm was blown off its shoulder. Hajime was petty enough to take away its left arm first as a way to get revenge for his own arm that was eaten away by its brethren. Claw Bear fell to its knees as it looked in obvious fear at Hajime, knowing that it was going to die. Now we're even, and now you die, said Hajime as he pointed the revolver at its head, and before long another bang echoed through the abyss as its head exploded, releasing gore and brain matter. Did you finally manage to get it out of your system? Asked Izuku while Hajime looked at the dead monster and nodded his own head, finally feeling like he could move on. Yes. I think we should continue, said Hajime while Izuku smirked as he stood up properly from leaning on the wall as he placed an arm around his friend's shoulder. We will definitely survive together. Humans, demons, monsters, demi-humans, screw them all, said Izuku with a grin while Hajime smirked as well as he couldn't agree more. This is why we are friends. I guess, as they say, great minds think alike, said Hajime as the two walked together, with Izuku removing his hand from Hajime as they walked towards the exit. Speaking of which, do you know any exit? Asked Hajime while Izuku shook his own head, since there wasn't an exit but a staircase that would lead to the second floor of the abyss. I don't think there is an actual way out of this place that is the abyss unless we complete the labyrinth first. I found a staircase that would lead us to the second floor, said Izuku as Hajime let out an annoyed sigh. This sucks, but I guess you're right, said Hajime as Izuku started to lead him to the staircase that would lead to the second floor, which he had discovered after he decided to pass time and check the entire floor. Besides, look at the bright side, there will be monsters down there that you can eat and gain their magic. This is a perfect opportunity for you to level up before we return to the surface, said Izuku while Hajime couldn't help but agree. Then let's take all those monsters on, and whatever comes our way, I'll eat them, said Hajime with determination to survive this harsh place as he had a Grant's crystal illuminate their way. As they made their way down the second floor, Hajime and Izuku were quite cautious. Suddenly, the Grant's crystal had turned to stone, being petrified by a monster before it shattering, causing the darkness of the floor to envelop them. Petrification, huh? Nice one, you little shit, shouted Hajime as he realized that his left arm started to get petrified, only for him to drink a vial of ambrosia which stopped the petrification. The monster tried to do the same for Izuku, but for some reason it had never worked, which is due to Izuku's skills that allowed such an ability like this to never work against him. Realizing the monster they were dealing with, Hajime decided to stunt it by throwing a flash grenade that he had created, which caused a bright light to shine through the floor, causing the basilisk to get blinded by the light. Done. Got one, said Hajime as he pointed Donner at the basilisk and shot it twice, which caused a hole to appear in both its head and navel, ending it. Monster flesh, raw materials, minerals, we've gathered some useful loot from this area, said Hajime with a smirk as he looked at Izuku, who just threw some of the things he also found around the floor. You're gonna eat? Asked Izuku as he looked at Hajime, who nodded. It's been a hole since his last meal, not to mention he was currently grinding, trying to level up as quickly as possible. Yes. Let's set base first and make some food here. Speaking of which, Izuku, I've never seen you eat once, said Hajime as he pointed out that Izuku had never eaten or slept. I don't need to eat or sleep, said Izuku calmly as Hajime was confused. He was still under the impression that Izuku is still human like him and will need to eat and sleep. Izuku tossed Hajime his status plate, which he caught it, clearly confused by this, but Izuku motioned for him to look at his stats, which he did, and was surprised by what he saw. What the? Did your status plate get broken? It says here your last name is Sparta and not Midoriya. I never knew that, said Hajime, confused by this since he didn't remember this being there before. When my hair and eye color started to change, I've been having recurring dreams about two white-haired individuals with blue eyes. The name Sparta was often repeated in my dreams, but I never told anyone because I was just confused," said Izuku while Hajime listened in surprise. "Now, I'm certain that this wasn't just a normal dream. I'm still clueless about what is Sparta, but I feel like I will get an answer to my question very soon. I'm possibly now immortal due to my skills," said Izuku while Hajime looked once more at the skills. "Well, it doesn't matter. And maybe it's good you don't eat monster meat. Don't want you to already be too broken as it is," said Hajime with a wry smile while Izuku smirked. "Don't worry about that. My accelerated healing should take care of any hunger," said Izuku while Hajime nodded his head as he started to cook the monster meat he had collected. Today's menu for Hajime was grilled basilisk, roasted six-legged cat, and broiled shotgun wing owl. They were laid on a broken wall and were heated. Hajime was treating the monster meat as if it was a high-class steak from a high-class restaurant. "Still, it's good that we got ourselves an ambrosia crystal. This should make our journey down the labyrinth a little bit easier," said Izuku as he looked at the crystal while Hajime was eating the meat, having gotten used to its bitter taste. "Such nerve! To accuse our hero-sama of treachery is unacceptable, Knight Commander Meld." The Pope's voice boomed through the throne chamber as he looked down at the kneeling commander. It was a few minutes that Meld, along with Cookie, Shizuku and Ryuru, had given the report of what had happened at the labyrinth, including the trap that leads to the 65th level, which was the deepest level ever reached. The king and Pope Ishtar had decided that the death of both Hajime and Izuku should be covered so as to not decrease the morale of the people of this country, and the other group of heroes were made to stay silent. Shizuku was gritting her teeth throughout the whole thing as she heard how the king and Pope had wanted to cover up the fact that Izuku and Hajime could possibly be dead, as she glared at Cookie from the corner of her eyes, who was acting nonchalantly. After they left, Meld had decided to report what he saw, the fact that Cookie and Hayama had attempted an assassination at both Izuku and Hajime in the midst of chaos. It shocked the king that something like this would happen, but the Pope had different thoughts on the matter. "I would not dare make such a light accusation. I'm not the only one who witnessed their treacherous act, as Yagashi along with Shirasaki had been both witnesses to the act being committed," said Mel, trying to reason that he didn't have anything against the hero. "This is concerning," said the king. He didn't expect this to happen. Cookie had struck him as a very charismatic young man who was going to lead their race to victory against the demon race. "Are you implying that Ihitsama had chosen wrong? We do not know the reason, but I'm sure Hiro-sama had his own reasons. The synergist boy had average stats common in our world, and the other is an anomaly, and his own transformation is concerning," said Ishtar with a stern look. It was true. Hajime had average stats common in Tortus, and he couldn't even create proper weapons as far as things go. He was useless and wasn't fit to be part of the hero group. His death was nothing more than collateral damage, but it was a necessary sacrifice for the sake of humanity. Izuku had obviously concerned him the most, as his transformation was quite ominous and mysterious, and as such he believed that the hero had got rid of him in order to prevent a future tragedy at the hand of the boy who could be a demon in disguise. He's obviously trying to justify Cookie's actions as just. This is just wrong. He doesn't even know their names, thought Meld, gritting his teeth as he held in his own frustration and decided to try and reason with them using logic. "I'm concerned that Hiro-sama may attempt to do the same with the other heroes if they were to get in his way," spoke Meld once again as he took a few calming breaths. "Pope Ishtarsama, you promised them their safe return to their own home world in exchange that they would help fight the demons in the war. Despite having been ripped out of their home world, they still agreed to fight," said Meld, challenging the Pope, who glared at the Knight Commander. "Deaths are a natural part of the wars. Naturally, Hiro-sama's strength will be needed to win this war. As long as Hiro-sama is pleased, then sacrifices are necessary for the greater good of humanity," said Pope coldly, which surprised Meld and even the king to some degree. "What about the morals of the other heroes? The possible death of Midoriya as well as Nagumo may greatly affect the hero group. They're still children who, despite their status bestowed upon them by Ihitsama, they are still greatly traumatized from the loss of their comrade. Meld insisted once more while also emphasizing on their names. Knight Commander Meld, you're once more overstepping your position. You do not question Hiro-sama judgment, which is tantamount to questioning Lord Ihit judgment. This is a crime punishable by death and could get you labeled as heretic. The Pope threatened Meld outright. Meld was taken off guard. Pope Ishtar hardly even cared about the morals of the other heroes because he could count on his puppet Cookie to do it for him. After all, those people follow him like a sheep, and with a few words, they will be fighting again and die on the battlefield for them. Even if they were to back away from the war. As long as Cookie was fighting on the battlefield, then that's good enough. The others were just extra packages. The summon was intended to bring Cookie, but his classmates were dragged along with him. You will continue to train them like you always did. Unfortunately, we cannot punish Hiro-sama as we desperately need his strength for the upcoming war. It was unfortunate, but those two heroes' sacrifices won't be forgotten. I will make sure to record their names so that our people do not forget about them," said the king with a somewhat kind tone. The king did not agree with the Pope's way of thinking, but what can they do? It's not like they can just punish the hero. If that were to happen, people will lose trust in the heroes, and the demon will definitely exploit this for their own advantage. The other students must not learn about what happened. They need to still believe in the hero, since only he can lead them in the next war. This could also be what they needed to balance the war so they wouldn't be decimated one-sidedly in the war. "I understand," said Meld in resignation. He hated this more than anything, but he can't do anything. At the end of the day, he was weak. If he was strong like the heroes, those kids wouldn't be in this war. Those kids wouldn't have to lose their life because of their incompetence. Not only that, he now realized how evil the Pope is. He didn't even bother knowing the names of those two that died. He was quickly losing his faith in the church and Ihit overall. Fine then. You want to place your faith on that man-child, then go ahead, but once that comes biting you back, then you have nobody else to blame but yourselves, thought Meld as he left the throne chamber. The king was under the assumption that Cookie was the one who was leading the hero group, while it was true that Cookie is officially considered as the group leader, but the real leaders of the group were actually none other than Izuku Midoriya and Shizuku Yagashi. The two had always made sure that Cookie recklessness doesn't hurt others. They were the ones keeping a tight leash on the man-child. Izuku was right. Cookie only thought about himself, but never once did he think about others, nor did he look behind him to see how much his other companions are struggling to keep up with his pace. Now that Izuku is possibly dead, and with Shizuku witnessing what Cookie had committed to her crush, it was obvious that the hero group is going to slowly crumble and self-destruct. The group dynamics will no longer be the same anymore, and Meld expects that more body counts will be added. "Hut, Izuku, I hope you two survive, and please don't come back here. Pave your own paths, discover the truth of this world." Thought as deep in his heart, he knew those two will survive. Those two were warriors. Honorable warriors who will not die that easily. Meld had a lot of faith in those two to make it out alive from that hell. He hopes that they will not come back here. This place does not value them enough. Shizuku sat silently in Kaori's large room as she looked at her friend who was sleeping peacefully. The image of her friend screaming in despair upon seeing her crush possibly ended in front of her, adding on to the fact that she had just seen Cookie betrayal, may have taken a massive toll on her. Shizuku was also shaken up. She can't remember how many times she had cried herself to sleep in her own room. She can't remember how many times she had rushed to Izuku's bedroom hoping to see him there, but was reminded that he was possibly dead, and all because of Cookie treachery. She didn't know how to feel, or rather she didn't understand the feeling boiling deep in her heart. Hatred. She was feeling intense hatred for Cookie. A person whom she formerly used to respect even with his habits. She thought he was at the very least a good-natured person. She was under the impression that he was just a person taking his love for heroes to the extreme. She thought that with such extremity, that Cookie would do everything in his power to embody the qualities of a hero, but Cookie hero syndrome was twisted. Shizuku always knew that Cookie had a habit of interpreting everything to his own convenience, but she didn't think he'd butcher everything that a hero is supposed to stand for. In the quest to defeat the Demon King, a hero will have to struggle and face the greatest challenge of having to lose comrades. Their noble sacrifice pushes the hero to grow and mature in order to defeat the evil Demon King and avenge them. This must be what Cookie had thought, but with him interpreting everything to his own convenience, Cookie had twisted this to fit his goals. To Cookie, the two didn't die because of his action, rather they sacrificed their life for his sake in order for him to defeat the demon race and save Tortoise. She hated Cookie. Hate was just too tame to describe how much she despised him at the moment. She had wanted nothing more than to see Cookie pay for his crimes, but like always, the kingdom had decided to cover up for his crimes while the other students remained clueless. Their own world laws do not apply to the world of Tortoise. It meant that Cookie may repeat this again and again until their numbers started to thin even more, and they wouldn't punish him because he is naturally the hero-sama, so they would let him do what he wants as long as he is happy. She hated how everyone was blindly supporting that bastard hero delusion. Even her own classmates believed every honeyed word made by him, which infuriated her to no end, and it made her understand why Izuku had often liked to refer to their classmates as sheeps. They were simply incapable of thinking for themselves. They needed Cookie to think for them and teach them to walk on their own feet. This was just plainly ridiculous. Cookie without her and Izuku was useless. He was just nothing more than a glorified hero. Cookie was just an idiot who always got carried away and only knew how to swing around the sword like a fool. He even got carried away and almost got the dungeon to fall on top of their heads and crush them because he wanted to be a show-off, and even Meld had reprimanded him for it. "I'm sorry. I tried everything I could, but they didn't care. Stay strong. I'm sure Nagumo or Midoriya are still out there alive. This won't end them easily," said Meld to Shizuku. These were the words of Meld when he came to her with his head lowered to the ground and apologized to her for being powerless to do anything, but she didn't hold it against him. He may be the Knight Commander, but he was still a foot soldier, albeit with a special rank. If Meld was excommunicated, the kingdom, or rather that bastard Pope, will have a puppet be put in charge of the position of Knight Commander, which will be even worse since Cookie will definitely be given even more preferential treatment while they will be thrown on the shelf to collect dust. Shizuku looked at her sword. She had always been one to mediate between others. She was basically the third party that didn't take sides, nor did she show any favoritism, which is why she had never judged Izuku or Hajime despite the two being quirkless. There was a real reason as to why she was voted for the position of student council president. She was dependable, strong, beautiful, and she didn't judge nor did she take favorites, which is why many wanted her in that position, and just like always, she keeled over and accepted the responsibility. Overall, she was a model student. She was loved by many, and she doubted anyone hated her. At least she hoped that nobody hated her. All of this was the result of her own strict upbringing. Shizuku liked to think that she was raised to be better. She was just taught to always extend a helping hand while accepting other people's faults. Not only that, due to her family philosophy, she had always treated Cookie as a family despite his many faults that had left her completely frustrated. Still, Cookie had just committed one of the most heinous crimes you could ever commit. He had betrayed a classmate. Not only that, Izuku was also a student of her family dojo, which if her family learned about this, they'd beat him up for betraying the family creed before excommunicating him from the dojo. As someone who doesn't like to resort to violence, given that she found it to be a barbaric way to solve problems, especially when they can come to a mutual agreement or some form of agreement to solve the issue without needing to shed blood, but now she felt the urge to run her sword through Cookie's throat. Despite trying her best to always take no sides, Shizuku couldn't help but be biased. Izuku was her crush. She loved him because, unlike Cookie, Izuku had made efforts to understand her and even easily accepted her own faults and weaknesses. If he did something wrong, Izuku always took responsibility, something Cookie can't seem to learn. He didn't just dump his own personal problems onto her, always expecting her to solve it for him. Instead, he was someone she felt like she could depend on for anything. It's why she was always very happy to talk to him. To her, Izuku was a person who didn't kiss up to her like many of the students did in her school. He was a person whom she could hold a conversation with about anything, and he would find a way to make it interesting and enjoyable while making it informational. It made going to school every day bearable because she knows that he will be there to listen to her if she needed something to vent or help her even when she didn't ask for one. But Cookie always had to be a control freak towards her and Kaori, trying to control them like puppets and have them glued to his hips. What if Izuku died? This thought haunted her mind even when she tried to convince herself that Izuku is strong and would not die that easily. Izuku is naturally a very strong-willed person and would survive no matter what. Still, strong will alone is not enough. You need a lot of power, especially when you have to deal with powerful monsters that even their own entire hero group can't defeat on their own, but she had a faint hope that Izuku will survive. To her, Izuku was always a fighter. No matter how much the world tried to drag him down repeatedly due to being quirkless, he always crawled his way back to the surface with his sheer will and tenacity alone. This time, Izuku had a job which meant that he was no longer powerless like in Japan. Shizuku also hoped that Hajime would live. He was a good person whom she viewed as a friend, not to mention, his death will naturally devastate Kaori, who is deeply infatuated with him. Not to mention, nobody should die like this alone in the deepest pits of the labyrinth, being used as food for the monsters down there. Shizuka's attention shifted to Kaori, who had started to wake up. She couldn't help but tear up a little at seeing her friend okay, but she knew that their own conversation was not going to be good. "Kaori. Thank goodness," said Shizuku in a softer voice as she grabbed her best friend's hand on her own while Kaori smiled while laying on the bed. "Hey, don't cry," said Kaori in a softer voice as Shizuku gripped Kaori's hand and brought it towards her chest as she assisted her to sit up properly on the bed. "How are you feeling?" asked Shizuku as she watched as Kaori slowly sat up properly on her bed, already dreading their conversation, knowing that she will have to probably tell her of the current status of Hajime and Izuku. "I'm okay. Just a little tired," said Kaori. Her mental breakdown definitely drained her quite a lot, so even when she had slept for 5 days, she felt mentally tired. "You should be well rested. You've been asleep for 5 days," said Shizuku, which definitely surprised Kaori when revealed that she had slept for this long and tried to recall what happened. "For 5 days? What happened?" "I remember we were down the labyrinth fighting and then," Kaori tried to call, but Shizuku was quick to interrupt her, not wanting to talk about what happened as she feared that Kaori's mental health might deteriorate once more. "Hey, are you thirsty?" asked Shizuku as she stood up and started to slowly pour water on the empty cup, trying to prolong the inevitable. "What happened after that? Where's Nagumo?" "He's okay, isn't he? We did save him, right? Talk to me," demanded Kaori desperately as she realized that Shizuku was trying to avoid answering her. Kaori knew that Midoriya fell along with Hajime, but to her, Izuku was strong enough that she doubted he'd be in harm. She imagined that Izuku, with his ability to teleport, may have managed to make it back to the surface along with Hajime. "They're gone," said Shizuku, closing her eyes with tears spilling out. She felt as if a wound in her heart had reopened with those questions. "You're wrong. That can't be true, no," said Kaori, denying that the two may have possibly died. She wasn't particularly close to Izuku, but she knew that Shizuku loved him just like she loved Hajime. "Careful," shouted Shizuku upon realizing that Kaori tried to leave her bed, but Kaori ended up falling on the ground because her body was weak from having slept for 5 days. "Stop. I'm fine. I have to go," said Kaori as she tried to push Shizuku away, who hugged her. Kaori at this point was tearing up. She didn't want to imagine that Hajime, her own crush, would be dead. "It's too late," said Shizuku with tears in her eyes. It was already 5 days, and the kingdom had already labeled the two as dead. Nobody wanted to check down there because they didn't have the manpower to do so. "I have to. Nagumo and Midoriya are waiting for us in the labyrinth." "Can you imagine how frightened those two must be all alone by themselves?" asked Kaori while Shizuku hugged her tightly as she cried. "I'm sorry. The kingdom had already labeled them as dead because it's been 5 days, said Shizuku while Kaori cried, but then her tears dried up and then her face replaced with anger. "This is their fault," shouted Kaori while Shizuku got worried when seeing the endless look on Kaori's face. Kaori had clearly remembered Cookie, not to mention Hayama. "Calm down, Kaori." Shizuku tried to soothingly calm her, but Kaori pushed her away. Kaori was furious. She wanted to stand up and make those two pay for what they did. "Calm down? How can I calm down when Cookie and Hayama had betrayed them? He ended Nagumo and also Midoriya. Are you not angry? Are you not even frustrated?" shouted Kaori at Shizuku in an accusing manner. A red mark was on Kaori's face, who looked surprised as she gazed at the look of anger on Shizuku's face. The accusation didn't bode well with her. To be accused that she possibly didn't care left her very angry at her best friend. "Shizuku-chan," muttered Kaori in surprise. She had known Shizuku for years now, and never once did Shizuku ever get angry like this. She was always the one who discouraged violence. "You listen here, Kaori. I won't have you accuse me of not caring. You think you're the only one who's suffering, Ichim? Do you realize how miserable I felt for the past week while you were sleeping this whole time?" asked Shizuku angrily while Kaori shrinked. "I love Midoriya just like you love Nagumo. Do you think that marching down there and ending those two will solve anything? Do you think I've never thought of ending Cookie and Hayama for what they had done?" asked Shizuku while Kaori lowered her head. "Let me tell you what happened. The king and the pope were already told by Commander Meld what happened. They don't care, agree? They were making excuses for him and justifying his actions," shouted Shizuku while Kaori was surprised. "But why?" Kaori asked, feeling upset and angry, but this time she didn't lash out at Shizuku, realizing how wrong she was to accuse her best friend like this. "Because Cookie is the hero. Hayama is also part of the hero group, and they don't want to lose any more pawns to use in their war. They called Nagumo useless for his synergist class and called Midoriya suspicious because of his slow change in appearance," said Shizuku, who started to calm down. "We were effectively told to just stay quiet about their deaths because it would lower the morale of the people. Cookie and Hayama's betrayal were covered as well. Only you, me, Meld knows what actually happened," said Shizuku while Kaori was angry and hurt. "This is horrible. I hate this world. I hate Amanagawa and Hayama for doing this," said Kaori. Her feelings were mutually shared by her best friend Shizuku, who also disliked this world and those that robbed them of their crush. "Whoa! What the?" Hajime shouted in surprise as a shark-like monster tried to bite him off, but the issue is that despite his ability to sense presence, the monster was somehow able to bypass his sensory ability. For Izuku, he was the only one who had sensed the attack coming. Drawing his katana sword Yamato, the shark was bisected while in midair as it fell on both sides, impacting the water. I expected this would happen at one point. It's like leveling in a game where each level increases in difficulty with the enemies, or the monster in our case becomes far stronger and immune to certain skills. Izuku commented in a nonchalant tone. While Hajime's new revolver, Tanner, was definitely quite good with a firepower equaling that of a mini railgun, but Izuku was undoubtedly the fastest from the two of them. He can already draw his sword so fast to the point that it almost looks like he didn't even draw it in the first place. "We will need to be careful, but first I need to know how that thing managed to bypass my ability to sense monsters," said Hajime as his mouth opened in obvious hunger while Izuku rolled his eyes. "Be careful there, we don't need you to become fat," said Izuku in a sardonic tone while Hajime gritted his teeth and got it. Veins throbbing in his head at the jab made at him. "F you," shouted Hajime, but the two broke out into a grin. They were just messing with each other. Besides, it also helped keep their sanity intact given how depressing this place is. "Hey Hajime," said Izuku as he looked at his friend who was chewing on the monster meat while letting out incomprehensible words before looking at him in confusion. "With your mother being a mangaka, if we were to return back home, why not have her make a manga about the two of us? I bet that thing will blow off more than any isekai novel out there," said Izuku with a smirk while Hajime blinked a few times and grinned. "Pooh, I could already see my mother doing this regardless of our wishes. You remember the many times she instigated conflicts just to get inspiration for her manga," said Hajime, remembering his mom's habits while Izuku snickered since he was there when it often happened. "I remember. Still, we should come up with a name. Let's see. I level up by eating monster meat. This could definitely work," said Izuku, making an obvious jab at Hajime, who had to admit that he liked it. "Or we could do something like crawling out of the abyss with even more cheat abilities," said Izuku while Hajime liked it even though he would never voiced it out. "Or maybe we could go with something like Arfurita, from commonplace to world's strongest," said Izuku with a grin while Hajime found this to be a very suitable title for their story. "Let's think about that later." said Hajime while Izuku nodded his own head in acceptance, and before long they continued down the floors ending monsters and the likes while Hajime continued to level up. Language comprehension. You're definitely a cheat character, Hajime, said Izuku with a small grin as he pointed out the abnormal growth in Hajime's stats from just level 2 to level 49. Says the guy who never even ate, drank nor slept all this time. That's not to mention, ever since that katana came out of nowhere and you were so broken that even your status plate can't even measure your power, so if anyone here is a cheat character then it's you, said Hajime accusingly at Izuku. Touché. Yamato in itself is unfair considering how broken it is, said Izuku while Hajime noted in his head the name of the katana. Yamato, huh? So that's the katana's name, something about it makes my skin crawl, said Hajime, which surprised Izuku since he didn't know that the katana put Hajime on edge. It probably has something to do with my last name, Sparta. I've been having that dream about those two white-haired guys with blue eyes quite a lot even before the whole labyrinth ordeal, but I couldn't come up with anything other than I might be a descendant of whoever that Sparta guy is, Izuku explained, which surprised Hajime. Hajime didn't know about this since Izuku never told him, and that made him frown a little, but he could understand that Izuku didn't want to worry him or creep him out by how abnormal that is. Let's think about this later. We're now at the 50th floor, said Hajime as they looked at two large double doors with two statues next to it. But what the hell's this? Asked Hajime, wondering why there were doors this time around when they've never seen one before when they were going down. An ominous double door, said Izuku while Hajime got a veins popping on his head at the mocking tone coming from Izuku. Bantering like this can be nice at times but pisses him off. We've descended floor after floor. This is the first time something like this appeared, said Hajime while Izuku nodded his head, understanding where he's coming. We have already cleared up to 50 floors. This could be the checkpoint, said Izuku while Hajime was inclined to agree as well and was glad that there was a change of pace since it was getting boring. Hajime tried to push open the door, but suddenly a rumbling sound was heard as they saw the two unmoving statues start to come to life as two very large monsters towering over them and being just as large as the two double doors had stood up. Izuku breathed in as he moved himself in a position that of the II style, but that was just the Dark Slayer style, as he saw one of the monsters towering over him and bringing his fist back as if ready to punch him at the moment. Judgment cut, said Izuku as he unsheathed his sword before he sheathed it again, causing one of the monsters to be diced to pieces as many slashes appeared in the air. The other monster was already shot in the head by Hajime, causing its head to explode with blood as it slowly fell to the ground, causing dust to pick up from where they fell. As the two guard monsters were defeated, it had become too apparent that inside may be something important. That's just easy, said Izuku while Hajime nodded as Izuku opened the door and the two proceeded to walk inside. It was dark, but Hani's night vision had allowed him to see around him, while Izuku was naturally equipped with a very sharp eyesight to see everything with even greater details. The place looked like the church they were first summoned into. As the two had a somewhat uneasy look, but with their strength and being together, the two doubted they'd ever be threatened. This brings very unpleasant memories. Kind of reminds me of the church that we were summoned into, whispered Izuku, but then looked at the direction in which Hajime was looking and saw a blonde petite girl stuck in a weird artifact thing. Is someone there? A voice echoed through the room as her figure became clearer for Hajime, while the beautiful voice of the trapped girl had been filled with hope. Please, Her voice was hoarse, having been stuck here for 300 years and was isolated from everyone, which meant that this was her first human contact in a long time. While Hajime was quite easily suspicious, given that it was just too weird for someone to be down there, especially when the deepest anyone had ever gotten officially was the 65th level, which was their own group, or rather former group now. For Hajime, this was an obvious trap and turned around to leave, but Izuku had a different opinion. The eyes are commonly known as the window of the soul. For that very reason, Izuku knew this girl or women before him had been betrayed. Sorry, we didn't mean to barge in, we'll get going, said Hajime politely, but at the same time it came off as nonchalant as Hajime was ready to leave. Help me, please, I'm begging you both. the beautiful blonde girl begged, but Hajime's heart was unmoving at the pleading of the little girl as he was still convinced this was a trap. "We'll help you," said Izuku. Decided to put an end to this, which surprised the girl and most importantly Hajime, who narrowed his eyes at this, clearly just as confused. "Izuku, what the hell, man? This could obviously be a trap set by the dungeon itself. Not to mention those two monsters outside were definitely keeping her inside for a reason." Hajime expressed his paranoia while Izuku had to agree that it was indeed something to be suspicious about. "This is not a trap. I'd have noticed immediately if that were the case. The two monsters outside were probably meant to keep her sealed here. Besides that, I could see it from her eyes. She's like us. She was betrayed, so I will help her," said Izuku, which surprised the two even further. "Thank you. Thank you." The girl couldn't help but tearfully express her own deepest gratitude towards Izuku, whose appearance became clearer to her as he teleported in front of her, placing a hand on the artifact. "What if you were wrong? What if that was a trap all along?" said Hajime, who couldn't help but get a little bit angry and annoyed by this as he didn't like his friend's recklessness. "You have my back, don't you? Besides, the artifact she's sealed into has sucked away her magical power to such an extent that even when she's released, it's doubtful that she could fight to begin with," said Izuku, having sensed the amount of magic being sucked from this girl. "Fine then, I will listen," said Hajime, finally deciding to put his faith in Izuku. It's not like Izuku had ever been wrong when it came to his intuition about matters like this. "Thank you." The beautiful girl couldn't help but thank Izuku so many times. Her tears were welling up with even more tears at the realization that she was being freed. "It's fine. I will definitely help you, so bear with me a little," said Izuku with the best smile he could muster, which made her blush, and then suddenly her eyes flashed pink suddenly, and so did Izuku, whose eyes flashed pink. "What was that just now? My heart is beating rapidly," Izuku thought, with his own cheeks dusted red as he felt like he was just in a trance but managed to break out of it quickly. Izuku placed his own hand on the artifact, sealing the girl away, and started to pour magical power into it with the intention to overload it with the sheer force of his magical power. The girl couldn't help but be in awe as she felt the amount of magical power coming from this one person, but she could also sense the dark magic that would normally scare anybody, but to her, she was not scared of him, as she only felt warm, as if his magic power was enveloping her in a gentle embrace, telling her that everything was okay. Why would she be scared of the person who was freeing her? Not only that, why would she be scared of her soulmate? To think she would zing in a place like this that was supposed to be her hell. She blushed more as she admired him, with her heart beating harder. Before long, the artifact had exploded, finally releasing her, but as a result she was going to impact the ground, which Izuku acted quickly and caught her in his arm, albeit he did fall on the ground, but he managed to cushion her fall as he looked at her. "You okay?" Izuku asked, trying his best not to stare at her naked figure and trying his best to rein in his blush, as ever since he made eye contact with her and his heart was beating hard. "I am okay. Thank you," said the girl, expressing her gratitude. She was still surprised. Her mind was still catching up to the fact that she was finally released from her imprisonment. She looked up to realize that she was in his arm, which made her blush even more, but she didn't push him away. Instead, she hugged him tightly, feeling the warmth of the person before her. "What's your name?" asked the girl, wanting to know his name. She wanted to know the name of her savior, while Izuku scratched the back of his head. "Izuku. Midoriya Izuku." "What's yours?" asked Izuku, while Hajime was ignored and realized this as he made a frowning face but was patient. He was going to let Izuku handle this instead. The situation was way too troublesome for him. Dealing with girls was never Hajime's forte, and his own experience with Shirasaki fully cemented that, as his middle school life was a pain in the ass, given that many people were just being an ass to him because Shirasaki was talking to him. That aside, Hajime was still paranoid and kept an eye on his surroundings, checking for any traps that could be laying around. Hajime still had distrust towards the girl, but Izuku never led him astray and was always right, so he decided to give her the benefit of the doubt. I don't have one. You pick one for me, Izuku," said the girl, which surprised Izuku as well as Hajime at the odd request made by the blonde-haired lowly. "You didn't forget your own name, did you?" asked Hajime as he remained a vigilante eye for any traps or surprise attacks as he glanced at the girl who is older than him and Izuku. No, it's not that. I just don't want it anymore. I'd rather Izuku give me a new one, said the blonde girl this time looking at Izuku directly. She wanted a name from him specifically. Izuku hummed thoughtfully before he looked at her beautiful blonde hair as he gently grabbed it, admiring it, and that made the girl happy when she realized that her hair attracted him. Where I come from, you actually means the moon. Your golden hair reminds me of the moon, but if you don't like it, I have quite a few good names for you if you'd like, said Izuku with a smile which made her blush more. Thank you. I really like the name, I will cherish it, said the now named you with a blush on both her cheeks. She was clearly happy with the name she was given. Now then, I think you should cover up first using this, said Izuku as he removed the white coat that he was wearing. It was too big for her, but it was the best he could give her. You realized that she was naked and her face flushed red as she gripped on the white coat and wore the coat, albeit it was dangling underneath her, so she wrapped it in such a way that it wouldn't hinder her. Hajime, watch out, shouted Izuku as grabbed onto you and jumped back with her, teleporting himself a few feet away just in time to avoid several acid-filled needles that pierced the ground with such ease, showing how deadly it is. Seeing the purple substance coming from those needles, Izuku knew he is going to be in trouble if that actually hit him, albeit he didn't know that his own accelerated healing can be the same as use automatic regeneration, which can be considered immortality in of itself. Hajime also instinctively jumped away using aerodynamic to put enough space between him and the large monster that appeared out of nowhere, taking the appearance of a very large, intimidating scorpion. Its size was huge and was downright overkill since it wasn't really part of the dungeon. Instead, this was done by her uncle using one of the ancient magics, metamorphosis, to create the scorpion. Where the hell did he come from? Shouted Hajime in surprise as he was on guard at seeing the intimidating monster and knew that it was dangerous since he didn't sense it even when he was on guard. Looks like whoever put you here really wanted you to stay, said Hajime with a grin as he glanced at you, who was holding tightly onto Izuku. He must be one hell of an a-hole. Either way, that won't change anything, we're still going to end it, said Izuku with a grin on his face as well. This is why we're friends, said Hajime with a grin, since the two of them think the same thing. You looked at her two saviors with surprise at how nonchalant they were acting at the moment. A person with a common sense would usually abandon her and escape to see another day. She wouldn't really hold it against them if they did, since they barely knew each other, albeit she'd be miserable, but the two before her refused to even consider abandoning her behind, and it made her warm. Izuku pulled a vial that contained ambrosia and handed it to you, who looked at it curiously as she gripped it, while Izuku, seeing this, had decided to explain to her what it was. This is an ambrosia. It should help restore your mana and give you strength to move. For now, hold on to me tightly. We will definitely keep you safe, said Izuku while you nodded her head with a blush. She started to drink the vial, feeling its effect take an instant to happen before she clutched tightly onto the empty vial as Hajime and Izuku had a stare down at the monster. Having you clutched tightly on his back, Izuku was holding on to Yamato tightly as the stare down ended with the scorpion letting out a shriek that had echoed throughout the chamber, declaring its intent to attack. Ding. Hajime shot a bullet using Donner at the monster head, which is normally the sure hit end spot for any being including monsters, but that scorpion was no mere monster as its skin was made of star, or that hardens whenever it is exposed to mana. So as a result, the bullet had only bounced back. The scorpion didn't even receive a scratch on its skin. Instead, it can be said that the bullet had only annoyed it rather than damaged it. It's like dealing with an irritating bug that you're trying to swat away. If the monster had some form of intelligence, that's how its thought process was going to lean too, as it was seeing 3 annoying bugs. It didn't even budge. This guy's way stronger than those other monsters that we faced down there, said Hajime, who decided to first test the monster out but discovered that it didn't scratch it. My turn. Judgment cut, said Izuku, taking the II stance of the Dark Slayer style. He unsheathed and sheathed the sword quickly as one of its arms was cut off, surprising both Hajime and you. The hell? My own bullets had no effect on it, but you can damage it that easily. You bastard, you're the one who's a living cheat. Hajime grumbled angrily at the unfairness of this. The scorpion, having lost one of its legs out of nowhere, lost its own balance and started to fall to the ground. Hajime reacted quickly and pulled a flamrock grenade and tossed it at the scorpion, which caused it to explode as it started to burn the scorpion with the temperature rising to 3000 degrees. They're not using incantations or magic circles. They're like me. They control mana directly. Thought you in her head, although she couldn't help but admire Izuku more, especially when he damaged the scorpion when Hajime failed to do so. Kriya. The scorpion roared as it alarmed the two as it started to throw around needles like a machine gun as Izuku started to teleport around the room, dodging skillfully the attack while Hajime did the same. Unfortunately, some of them had hit Hajime but in a non-fatal spot, while Izuku received one directly to his chest that should normally be insta-kill the moment it hit him, given that it has acid property in them. Izuku! Shouted Yu in clear worry and terror that she may have lost her own soulmate like this, while Hanmei, who fell on his knee, was shocked that Izuku got hit in the chest and thought the worst, but Izuku suddenly pulled out the acid-filled needle from his chest. You have something that belongs to you, a hole? Shouted Izuku as he threw the needle back at it, which actually managed to pierce its own skin. The large gaping hole in Izuku's chest had instantly regenerated in a second, which surprised them even more, while Izuku attacked once more, cutting off another one of its legs cleanly, which made it fall face first. What the hell? That needle had pierced your chest? You should be dead. Shouted Hajime in shock. He was glad that he was alive, but that didn't make sense. It's probably my accelerated healing. I honestly don't know how strong it is, but I guess getting pierced by an acid-filled needle to the chest is nothing, said Izuku with a grin, clearly pleased to have learned something new. You're like me, said Yu in surprise as she realized that Izuku may also be an atavist or immortal like her, while Izuku raised an eyebrow, not knowing what she meant. I don't know what that means, but we will talk about that later. For now, we have a monster to defeat. Hajime, you okay there, bud? Asked Izuku as he looked at Hajime, who just pulled out a needle from his thighs. Yes. This is really troublesome, said Hajime, while Izuku couldn't help but agree with him. You climbed off his back, which surprised him as she turned to him. Do you trust me? Asked Yu, while Izuku nodded his own head. He barely knew her since they've just met a few minutes ago, but oddly Izuku felt like he could trust her with his life. I trust you. Do you have something planned? Asked Izuku, while Yu didn't answer. Instead, she hugged him and opened her mouth, revealing her fang before she bit on his neck, surprising him, but he calmed down. A vampire? I see, well then drink as much as you want. I trust you, said Izuku with a smile which made Yu happy as she started to drink while he lifted her up protectively with one arm. Scorpion had tried to send another wave of needles at them, but this time they were careful as they dodged, avoiding any attack from hitting them. Yu, who had a taste of Izuku blood, had left her in a state of frenzy as she started to drink more than she intended. It's delicious, his blood is the best, moaned Yu in her own head as she had her fair share of tasting blood, but this was by far the best meal she ever had in her life. Was it because he was her soulmate that it tasted special? Was it because Izuku wasn't human? Or was it because she had been trapped down there, having not eaten nor even drank in centuries? You didn't know the answer, nor did she care to know for now. Izuku was surprised by how much she was drinking and was worried that he may end up losing blood, but he realized that his own accelerated healing extended not only to injuries but also restoring his blood, so even if she kept sucking on his blood, he won't suffer from blood loss since it will regenerate. Yu reluctantly separated from his neck, even though she wanted to enjoy the delicious treat, but she didn't want to be a burden on those two who came to protect her. She didn't want to be a deadweight, and so she turned towards the scorpion with determination. Thanks for the snack. Azure Blaze, shouted Yu with licking her lips as she used a supreme rank fire magic which had resulted in a sphere of blue-white flames 6 to 7 meters in diameter which impacted the top of the scorpion head. Given the potency of Izuku's demonic magic power, Yu had a large increase in her magic reserve which allowed her to damage it heavily at its head, while Hajime took this opportunity to jump on its head. Hajime shouted as he fired repeatedly at its damaged spot, causing a large enough hole to appear where he tossed flame rock grenade and jumped away just in time for the grenade to explode, releasing enough flames to burn it from the inside out. He finally kicked the bucket, said Izuku with a smile. He then turned to you and offered a hand for her to grab onto as he smiled at her gently, which made her blush and smile back as she grabbed onto his warm hand. Her nightmare was over. She was now free and she had met very wonderful people. One of them is her soulmate. You knew then and there that while she had lost everything, she had met her destiny in an unexpected way. "Let's leave together," said Izuku while she nodded her head eagerly as she hugged him tightly while Hajime smiled but also annoyed at the same time. "Now then, we've prolonged talking about this, but this needs to happen." "Who are you really?" asked Hajime. He wasn't going to drop this topic and Izuku was also curious. Hajime was cutting a monster meat to cook as he had used transmutation to create some sort of cave inside the labyrinth. The walls had surrounded them completely, which gave them protection. "I was betrayed. As you may have noticed earlier, I'm a vampire. I was the strongest in my clan, so I was chosen to lead my people. But one day, my ministers decided they'd be better off without me," said you, who currently sat on Izuku's lap, who didn't mind. You felt more comfortable in his arms as it reminded her that she was now out, that she was not dreaming all of this. Hajime turned and looked at her in clear surprise as Izuku turned out to be right. "My uncle wanted the throne for himself. My power was a threat to him. I can't be ended, so he settled on sealing me away down here," said you with a sad look as if she was remembering a very terrible memory that involved her uncle dragging her by a collar around her neck. "Can't be ended? What do you mean?" asked Hajime, clearly confused and surprised by her words while Izuku understood what she meant. "Is that what you meant, that we're both alike? You have some sort of fast regeneration that makes it impossible to land an ending blow on you?" Izuku came with his assumption. "Yes. My wounds always heal, whether I want them to or not. Even my head would regrow if you chopped it off. When my power first awakened when I was only 12, I stopped aging completely," said you with a saddened look while Izuku pulled her closer, making her hold him tightly. "Wait, wouldn't that mean you're at least 300 years old?" asked Hajime, lacking in tact, as it was an unspoken rule that you should never ever bring a woman's age. "It's rude to ask a girl's age," said you as she looked at him with a blank face, obviously not liking having her age brought up since it's kind of a taboo for her, while Hajime flinched and decided to change the topic. "Wow, that's a hell of a talent. Is that the power that threatened your uncle?" asked Hajime curiously as he started to cook the meat on the fire while taking his own seat. "Not just that. I can also manipulate mana directly without incantations or magic circles, as you've seen before. I have an affinity for all elements," said you smugly while the two remembered her powerful spell that damaged the scorpion badly. "Look, you don't have to rub in the fact that I don't have elemental affinities, okay?" said Hajime, clearly annoyed since he knew that he was never talented when it came to elemental affinities. "If I remember correctly, according to the history books, the vampire race was actually wiped out a few centuries back due to a war. It's unfortunate, but you may be the last of your own race," said Izuku, feeling sympathy for you. "It's fine. I'd like to think that I was a good ruler to my people despite having been only 17 when I was crowned as queen and ruled only for 6 years before my uncle betrayed me when I turned 23, said you, saddened, but she had felt acceptance. Even though she led her race to victory in many wars across the battlefield, it was undeniable that she was this world's version of a NET. She was just irresponsible and often got her uncle and many of her servants to pull their hair from frustration. She wouldn't say that because she wouldn't want to ruin her image in front of Izuku. "Hey, do you know our location in the labyrinth?" asked Hajime as he looked at the wall as if he was seeing through it, and outside the cave were monsters while you didn't have any definitive answers. "No, but they say this labyrinth was built by a maverick," said you while Izuku and Hajime raised an eyebrow, clearly confused as to who this maverick fellow was. "Maverick?" asked Hajime as he looked at you, who was too comfortable on Izuku's lap as she decided to answer from what she knew or what she had heard of. "The Mavericks, they were once the messengers of the gods, but then they rebelled and turned against their masters. Legend has it that they tried to destroy the world, but the gods discovered their plan. The Mavericks were forced to flee to the world's 7 corners," said you, calmly recounting the story. "This is the first I've heard about that. said Izuku, knowing that the church must have made sure that nobody would know about them since this would get people to ask too many questions. The only proof those mavericks existed was probably through those labyrinths. Those corners are now called the 7 Great Labyrinths. It said that the mavericks had built a stronghold in each labyrinth's lowest depths. Those strongholds might include passageways to the surface, said Yu, which had made Hajime grin. I guess we'll try finding that stronghold, then. We've still got some stuff to do, but go on and sleep if you want, said Hajime as he started to eat the meat while looking at some of the loots he gathered. He was thinking of using this time to make weapons using the star ore that he found from the skin of the scorpion. If the monsters down there were going to be anything like that monster, Hajime thought it was time to upgrade his weapons and create new ones. Izuku, how did you two wind up down here? You asked, being quite curious. When Izuku freed her, he had indirectly revealed that they were also betrayed, which made her curious about their story. It's not exactly a very pleasant story, but since you told us your story, I guess it's our turn to tell you how we came here, said Izuku as Hajime decided to let Izuku handle this. Izuku then started to explain how they were just students from Earth and how they were just summoned here up to the point where they got sent to the labyrinth for a training exercise, and then how they were betrayed and thrown here. Hajime had also added a few things onto his story, and before long, Izuku was done with the story. Naturally, the story had impacted Yu, whose tears were spilling out of her eyes, definitely sympathizing with them. What are you crying for? Asked Hajime with a small tired sigh, wondering what was going through the former vampire queen's head. That was heartbreaking. Yu expressed her true feelings about the story that she was told. She now had understood how similar they are to each other, in which they were betrayed by someone who was close to them. Cookie Amanagawa, he's my enemy. He must die for hurting Izuku, thought Yu in her head, thinking about the kind of torture that she will put him through before she will watch as life slowly faded away from his eyes. Don't worry about it. We don't really lose sleep over our old schoolmates anymore, said Hajime as he started to work on his new weapon while Izuku nodded his head. I can't exactly say that I didn't see it coming. Even before, I've had the feeling that someone had ill intentions towards me and Hajime, but I didn't think they would move this soon to get rid of us, said Izuku while Hajime nodded his own head in agreement. So what are you two going to do then? Asked Yu curiously. She doubted those two would ever return back to those humans. Our main concern for now is surviving and reaching this lair, which should be at the 100th floor. Maybe we can have some insight on what we're just dealing with, since the kingdom is dishonest. After that, it will be a matter of finding a way back to our respective homes, Izuku replied while Hajime confirmed by nodding his head as well. You two want to go back? Asked Yu, looking down as she remembered that she had lost her own people and her home. She was basically homeless. Of course we do. A lot has changed, but Hajime spoke as he realized the gloomy atmosphere as Yu looked down. I have no home to return to now, said Yu as she buried her face in Izuku's chest, clinging to him. It was obvious that Yu was attracted to Izuku the most, who placed a hand at the top of her head. Then come with us, or rather you will be coming with us, Izuku said, suddenly determined to not accept any refusal from the former queen of the vampires, as he was going to take her with him. The word had its effect on Yu as she blushed and looked at him in surprise. They barely knew each other, but yet he was welcoming her to live in his own world, and that made the warm feeling in her chest increase. Our world may be different than this one, but I'm sure you will be fine. What do you think? Asked Izuku while Yu gave a bewitching smile that stole his heart. Okay, said Yu as she smiled at her soulmate and buried her face into his chest, snuggling close to him for more comfort. Izuku responded by hugging her back as everyone sat comfortably. Izuku proceeded to open a few parts of the gakurin that he was wearing to reveal a large portion of his neck. He pulled the back of her head from his chest and brought it to his neck, surprising her. Izuku, what are you? Asked Yu as she looked at him with surprise. When a human shows his neck and offers his blood to a vampire, it's considered a sign of deep trust between both parties. Go ahead. If you want to drink my blood, then now is the time to do so when we're not being attacked. You will need to recharge yourself, so drink your fill. With my accelerated healing, I doubt I will be losing blood, said Izuku with a smile. You remembered the taste of Izuku's blood from earlier, which tasted like the finest wine on the planet, or rather not even the finest wine can ever compete with the taste of Izuku's blood, which was so addictive that it took all of her willpower just to separate from it. Now that she was offered to drink his blood, she could already smell and even hear the rich blood sloshing in his neck. Her mouth watered greatly before she threw herself at him, latching onto him tightly. Izuku was pushed on his back as she towered over him with drool coming out of her mouth before she buried her face into his neck and sank her fang into it as she started to drink on his delicious blood with such intensity that it almost looked like she was trying to suck him dry of his blood. I'm getting turned on from this. I think I hit my head during that fall, thought Izuku as he felt some shame that he was actually getting hard from having you suck on his blood. Not only that, with her latching onto him, her naked bosom and crotch was pressed against him, and her hair that released a very nice fragrance made him even harder as he unconsciously buried his face into her hair, wanting to let himself drown in said fragrance. He loves my hair. I'm so glad. You thought in her head, clearly happy to know that he is attracted to her and decided to take care of it for his sake. She was getting aroused even more, especially when smelling his arousal. As if smelling his arousal, you had rubbed her crotch against his own. She instinctively felt the urge to breed with him. She wanted to say, screw it, and get rid of this pesky clothes and mate with him here, but Hajime was there. Even if Hajime already saw her naked, you already belongs to Izuku as they were soulmates. You won't let anyone else see her own body but Izuku as she started to rub her hands against his chest, instinctively unbuttoning the rest of his gakuren to feel his body with her own hands. You damn bastards, murmured Hajime as he turned around, clearly flustered from the sexual act being committed before his eyes. He didn't want to see this, and so he looked at the wall instead as he worked on his weapon. Status, open, said Cookie calmly as his status plate activated, revealing his new stats as he gave it to the Knight Commander Melt, who took it with an impassive look on his face while only stating the name, level and job. Status. Name, Cookie Amanagawa/age, 16/sex, male/level, 50/job, hero. Strength, 620/vitality, 620/defense, 620. Agility, 620/magic, 620/magic defense, 620. Skills. Elemental affinity/elemental resistance/physical resistance. Composite magic/swordsmanship/Herculean strength. Quick steps/foresight/increased mana recovery speed. Presence perception/magic perception/limit break. Language comprehension. Seems you've grown even stronger, said Meld in a stricter voice as he handed the status plate back to the hero. For Meld, he couldn't see Cookie in the same light as before the incident. Meld had always lived with the principle that if you can't sacrifice yourself for others, then you shouldn't let others sacrifice themselves for you. What Cookie did was worse than this. Cookie had betrayed what was supposed to be two comrades in arms. He didn't have any remorse for his action. Instead, he was justifying his action, or rather he was acting as if the two sacrificed themselves for others when he himself was behind their fall to the abyss. We will continue with practical training within the labyrinth with the present members. I trust you will prepare accordingly, said Meld, this time directing his speech to the other summoned students. Yes, sir, shouted the rest of the students at the very same time. They felt unnerved by the change of Meld's attitude towards them. That is all, said Meld as he turned around and left the students with a frowning face. Everyone looked amongst each other in nervousness. Okay, everyone, we're going to make this training a success. We owe this much to both Nagumo-kun and Midoriya-kun, who sacrificed themselves for our sake, shouted Cookie as he turned to the rest of the other students. Right? Many shouted in agreement. Not everyone had a vendetta against the two that they would seriously want them dead, so they too answered to Cookie charisma. Shizuku gripped onto Kawari's hand tightly, making the group healer wince in pain, but she understood what emotion her best friend must be feeling at the moment. You're the one who ended them. You have the nerve to use their names for your own clout, you scum, thought Shizuku, and if looks can end, then Shizuku would have torn Cookie to pieces with just her eyes alone. Shirasaki-san, can you heal me? I think I may have sprained my leg from our earlier training. said Hayama, who was walking towards the two girls. It was pitifully obvious what Hayama had wanted. Hayama had wanted to spend more time with Kaori, maybe even exploit her weakness for losing Nagumo to worm his way in her heart and make her his. He was already laughing in his head, patting himself on his shoulder. "I refuse," said Kaori. Her cold eyes were boring through Hayama, who froze in shock. Ever since Nagumo and Midoriya fell in the abyss, no thanks to him and Cookie, Kaori had obviously been giving him the cold shoulder. "Let's go, Kaori," said Shizuku as she started to pull her away. She didn't want to be anywhere close to these bunch backstabbers, while Kaori readily agreed with her best friend. "Wait, how can I function if my legs are sprained? You're our group healer," said Hayama in frustration that Kaori had been ignoring him like this, and he already had someone to blame in his heart, and that was Hajime. If it was Hajime-kun, he wouldn't have made such a fuss over a sprained leg. "If you can't take the pain, then there are other available healers to tend to you. I have things to do and you're an absolute nuisance," said Kaori dismissively and very rudely towards him. "It's always that bastard Nagumo that she is talking about. Why can't she talk about me the same way she does with that bastard?" thought Hayama in clear anger. "Oh, let us all calm down, both Nagumo-kun and Midoriya-kun noble. Sacrifices may have been unfortunate, but we need to move forward," said Cookie, stepping in between the two groups. "I'm sure if they were both here, they wouldn't want us to wallow over their deaths. They would want us to work hard and save this world together from the demons," said Cookie with his delusion at max. "This is bad. At this rate, I definitely will end him if he keeps talking about such utter nonsense," Shizuka thought, feeling the intense urge to slash Cookie's throat. Cookie was altering the narratives to fit his convenience. For instance, Izuku had never once said that he wanted to save this world. If anything, he was just like Inko in the sense that he had been warning everyone that this world was no good and that he wanted to return home. Shizuku was not ignorant of the people who had mocked Izuku for that. Now that Izuku and Hajime were dead, the people who previously mocked them had finally had their eyes open to the truth. They realized that if someone like Izuku with good stats died, then they who are nothing more than fodders were going to soon join them in the afterlife, and so they naturally wanted to finally back away. Monday. Arguably the most depressing day in a week. Izuku wasn't exactly a super. He didn't want to admit it, but he was getting uncomfortable. They were quite deep in the abyss that they should be thinking about how to safely arrive at the Maverick Lair rather than messing around like the two were doing, but he decided to ignore it for now. The current location of the floor was quite odd in the sense that they found themselves in a forest. They were so used to the darkness of the labyrinth and the abnormal-looking monsters that it took them off guard. Anyways, a dinosaur was growling at the group of three in an attempt to intimidate them, but it only seemed to anger it when realizing that the group was not the least bit intimidated. A flower was on its nose for some reason. Grierarg. The dinosaur let out a loud roar towards the group, who were clearly unimpressed by its intimidation skill as they looked at it blankly. Finding a forest halfway down the dungeon was already really weird. Now dinosaurs too? Questioned Hajime blankly towards the dinosaurs. "And why is that flower on its head?" asked Hajime, finding the flower to be out of place, but Izuku could probably guess what it was since his sensory abilities seemed to be far greater. "It's being controlled by that flower. It's either being brainwashed or their body is being hijacked by something," said Izuku, commenting what he was sensing, while Hajime got tense as he decided to stay on guard. "Crimson Javelin, you fired a flame that turned into a spiral-shaped spear and pierced through the mouth of the insolent dinosaur that dared to roar at Izuku, which caused its face to be incinerated. You currently stood on her own feet as opposed to before when she struggled on her own feet. Sucking Izuku's blood had made her recover faster than she normally should be, but that's because she realized that Izuku was unique and possibly not a human. You could tell that Izuku had no idea about it, especially considering that they were humans who were summoned in this world to act as humanity's heroes, so she concluded that he wouldn't know about the changes unless something too abnormal became apparent. She decided to observe him for now because she felt there is more to Izuku. She turned to Izuku and by extension Hajime with an excited smile on her face. "Well, am I being useful?" asked you with a smile on her face and her hand raised and clenched, showing her own enthusiasm to contribute to clearing the labyrinth and not being a deadweight to the group. Aha, so useful, I'm kind of feeling like a deadweight, said Hajime. It was unknown whether he was being sarcastic or genuine, but you had decided to accept his words as such, but she wanted to know Izuku's opinion the most out of the two. I think you may be the greatest magic user I've ever met so far, said Izuku with a smile as he gazed down at you with a smile which made her smile with a bright smile. As they walked deeper, Izuku had kept stealing glances at you. There was something about her that reminded him of something, or rather of someone of the past, but that didn't make sense to him. Whenever he looked at you, he could only remember a beautiful woman who had fairly long, straight flaxen hair as well as dark-colored eyes, and a very fair complexion. She wore her bangs short and swooping off to the right side of her face. Her eyebrows were noticeably darker than the rest of her hair. This is odd. I know those two aren't connected, but is it because they both look alike? Is that why I'm particularly fond of her? Does that have something to do with that dream I've been having? Thought Izuku deeply in his head but decided to put it on later. The group continued on while occasionally dealing with the monsters. You, being eager among the group, had started to display her talent in magic to dispatch those monsters. It's great that you're eager and all, but are you maybe overdoing it a little? Asked Hajime as he looked at you who stood at the front to deal with the monsters that attacked them. I've got to help out. I'm both your partners, so I can't just stand back and let you two do all the work, said you with conviction in her eyes to help the two who had saved her from the darkness. You of course dreamt of being saved by a knight, more specifically a knight of Sparta, but she didn't want to be constantly saved like she was some kind of a damsel of distress who can't fight. She wants to be able to stand by their side, more so by Izuku's side. Not to mention, she still had her pride as queen of an entire race. Don't worry you. You've already been a great help to the two of us, but it's best if you conserve your magic instead for a much greater enemy, said Izuku as he patted her head. Said you with a blush on both her cheeks as she enjoyed the gesture of being patted on the head by Izuku, while Hajime on the other hand rubbed his head since he was acting soft towards their new companion. Seriously, what the hell's wrong with me? The way I'm acting now would have made me laugh a few days back, thought Hajime to himself before his eyes narrowed as if sensing something. 10 monsters incoming. Let's hit with a preemptive attack, said Hajime while Izuku nodded his head as he too was prepared to attack. As they rushed, Izuku and Hajime had noted that they were being surrounded. It seems that whoever was controlling them had some form of intelligence in them, unless the dinosaurs can work as a pack. Hiding in the bushes of the forest, Hajime was quick to point the barrel of Donner to the source of the problem, which happened to be the flower, and with precision, he shot the bullet. Hajime's bullet pierced through the flower on the nose of one of the dinosaurs in order to test a theory. This caused the dinosaur to fall to the ground, but it was not over, at least that's what Izuku could see. I guess flowers are all the rage now? Commented Hajime as he looked at the defeated monster, but he was not convinced that it was dead. I thought it looked cute, said you as they looked at the unmoving monster, but Izuku had his hand on the sheath of the sword ready to attack and behead the monster. Be on guard, it's probably just recovering from whatever the hell it was mind controlling it just now, said Izuku while the two nodded, and just like Izuku had predicted, the dinosaur stood up. Griarg! Roared the dinosaur in anger as it started stepping on the flower. It was obvious to Izuku that the monster was very angry. What the hell's wrong with it? Asked Hajime in confusion at the odd behavior of the dinosaur. He had thought that this was it for his anger. It's angry at whoever was controlling him earlier. It's why it was stepping on those flowers. It's best if we avoid them instead and head to the source of the parasites and eliminate them, said Izuku, giving his own input while the two agreed with him. The dinosaur turned towards them, having finally noticed their presence as they stared at each other, but Izuku got annoyed by it and made the move as he cut off its head swiftly and cleanly, causing it to roll on the ground. It's best if we start going. Sooner or later, we will be chased by countless monsters who are afflicted with those parasites, said Izuku as he started to run towards the direction. Just as Izuku said that, a group of dinosaurs started stampeding towards all of them at high speed, and all of them with no exception had the parasitic flower on their noses. Hajime couldn't help but get annoyed by this as he too started to run while Izuku easily scooped you in his arms. Frost prison, shouted you. who pointed her hand from Izuku's shoulder as she released a supreme rank ice magic that would freeze its surrounding in 50-meter dimension, which caused the dinosaurs to be frozen solid in ice. Despite you wiping out a whole pack of the monsters, the others who didn't get caught in the range of the spell still continued without even faltering one bit, which only proves that they were being mind-controlled to chase them around. Still, Yu's action had only bought them time to get away from them and head towards a cave which they could guess where the perpetrator behind those parasitic flowers is in. Yeah. This is it for sure, said Hajime as he looked at the entrance of the cave while Izuku let you stand on her feet while she smiled but was still confused at Hajime's words. How do you know? Asked Yu, clearly curious as to how Hajime had come to this conclusion that the perpetrator was hiding in there while Izuku decided to answer. The dinosaurs got really riled up whenever we ran in this direction. It was obvious it was trying to keep us away from here. Whoever is controlling them had wanted us to be overwhelmed by the number of the dinosaurs or at the very least exhaust us, said Izuku while Hajime also nodded his own head in agreement. Let's first block the entrance before they chase us down again. We won't be heading back outside till we deal with the mastermind anyway, said Hajime as he placed his hand on the ground. Thun. The sound of the earth rising up from the ground and clogging the entrance could be heard as Hajime had blocked any possible entrance of the dinosaurs in case the mastermind decided to use them to overwhelm them. I'm not sensing anything, but something still seems off, said Hajime as he looked around, being more on guard. I'm sure lots of monsters here can hide their presence. Stay sharp, said Hajime as he looked at the two. Izuku couldn't sense anything as well since it was getting hard to do so. Still, he was the one with the most sensitive sensory ability, so he was able to notice something off. As if realizing that, green balls that were actually spores started to be released in the surrounding area, which signaled the attack of the monster that remained hidden. Behind us, shouted Izuku as he teleported away while Hajime also took to jumping back as well. You had jumped in the air floating and formed a barrier around her to protect herself from the attack made by the enemy before it had finally disappeared. The hell was that? Hajime was quite confused while Izuku understood that whatever it tried to do had failed on him and Hajime, which left only one person to worry about, and that was you herself. Run, Izuku! Shouted Yu, who was the closest to him at the time, as her hand raised without her control and fired an attack that sliced through where Izuku once stood. Izuku had teleported just in time to avoid the attack, having realized that you may have gotten affected by those spores as he looked at Yu, whose hand was stretched out and was trembling in horror and shame given that she had attacked him. A humanoid-shaped monster appeared, grabbing Yu by her chin and raising it up. It was obvious to the two that it was holding the former vampire queen as a hostage, hiding behind her for extra protection in order to discourage the two from attacking her. Izuku, I'm sorry, said Yu, clearly in distress as a flower grew on the top of her head before her hand was raised up once more and pointed towards the two as if ready to charge for another attack. I can't control my body, Yu said as the spell that she was charging was definitely going to be a strong one. Hajime could only jump back, grunting in annoyance as he realized that the earlier attack was spores. So these little balls were spores. Now you've done it, said Hajime as he distanced himself from the monster and by extension Yu herself, while also wondering how to deal with this situation. Did you people forget just who I am? Said Izuku with a grin as he took an IAI stance of the Dark Slayer style. The monster seemed threatened, but it didn't think that the attack would reach it. He slashed so fast that he had cut the flower on Yu's head cleanly without harming her, while at the same time cutting half of the monster face, which with its brain cut off, it instantly died before it realized what happened. Yu was surprised and touched her own head. Her head remained unharmed, showing how skilled Izuku was when he had cut through the monster who was holding her as a captive and the flower on her head without touching her hair. You okay, Yu? You're hurt anywhere? Asked Izuku as he checked up on the former vampire queen, who blushed. Once again, she was saved by him from a threat. She didn't know if she should be happy that she was saved or should she be upset with herself for causing such a blunder and putting the man she loves in danger because she let the enemy control her that easily. Still, hearing his words of worries over her made her heart flutter in happiness and hugged him tightly, which Izuku returned the gesture by wrapping his arm around her as she felt comfortable in his arms. Fine. You saved me again, said Yu with a blush on her cheeks while Hajime on the other hand had ignored the two lovebirds and went towards the monster. It's only natural I'd save you. Now, let's take a rest. You can drink my blood during that time since we're going to be heading to the final floor, said Izuku with a grin on his face. Yu nodded her head shyly as she buried her face in his neck and sank her fang in his neck and started to drink his blood. Izuku scooped her up in the air as he walked towards Hajime, who started to cook the monster meat. Izuku, Yu and Hajime walked down the stairs as they were met with a large room and two double doors that would lead inside the Oscar lair. That means that the Great Orcus Labyrinth was much deeper than people realized. My skills don't sense anything up ahead, but my instincts tell me that going farther is dangerous, said Hajime with a grin on his face. This was the final floor. Finally. It felt like forever since we first fell here, said Izuku, feeling relieved that this will be over. His stamina isn't going to last forever if this keeps going on for that long. Izuku, said Yu softly, her voice shows understanding because once they walk inside the lair of Oscar, they will be safe and may finally find a way to leave the labyrinth. Whatever's waiting up ahead, we've just gotta plow through it. Let's go, said Hajime with a grin as he prepared his weapons as they all walked towards the door only for a black summoning magic circle to appear in front of the three. It was the same summoning circle that had summoned the behemoth, albeit this one was larger as it took a large portion of the room. It was obvious that the monster will be far bigger than anything they have ever faced up to this point. You two, get ready. Something really powerful is coming, said Hajime as he prepared his weapon ready to attack the monster when it showed up. Way to state the obvious, Mr. Edgelord, said Izuku with a grin which resulted in veins to pop in the temple of Hajime's forehead as he was tempted to start shooting Izuku for that comment. I'm not an edgelord, shouted Hajime with a scowl before a hydra appeared. Their large imposing figure was casting a noticeable shadow onto the group as they could all see 6 heads. You got it to be effing kidding me, this is way too overkill. Whoever made that monster, I need to have a talk with him, Jesse, said Izuku, speaking Hajime's own thoughts as well. First dinosaurs, now straight-up myths? Shouted Hajime angrily, also clearly outraged by the final boss as he knew that this was going to be their hardest fight ever. The red head of the Hydra had opened its mouth as it let out a terrifying roar that would zap away the will of any person, but not for Izuku, Hajime, or Yu, who are strong. Its maw started to build up mana in its mouth, forming a ball of condensed fire before expelling it towards the group. Hajime had quickly used his skill to just avoid the incoming attack before he started to shoot several bullets at one of the heads, managing to injure it much to his relief. Could Donner strong enough to wound it? Thought he had thought this was going to be a repeat of the scorpion whom he couldn't penetrate its own skin. You take the middle head. Izuku shouted the orders as he started to send slash attacks at one of the heads, injuring it badly with his sword skill and almost looked like he defeated it. Right? Crimson Javelin, shouted Yu as she fired a spiral-shaped spear that is made of fire magic which pierced through the head of the Hydra. With 3 heads being destroyed so far, it almost seemed that this was going to be a win for them, but it wasn't that easy. The yellow-headed Hydra started to morph the surrounding terrain to protect the injured 3 heads while the white head had started to heal the other injured head. And here it is. I knew this wasn't really going to be this easy. Each head is specialized, said Izuku, grunting in annoyance as he started to slash as well to interrupt the healing. Unfortunately, the yellow-headed Hydra wasn't going to allow him to do so and had intercepted his attacks by morphing the surrounding terrain to block his attacks. This thing is annoyingly well-rounded, grunted Hajime as he pulled 3 flash grenades that exploded and released a blinding flashlight that had just disoriented the heads of the Hydra. Izuku, cover me, said Hajime with annoyance while the two were quick to nod their head, willing to help Hajime as well. Izuku took the IAI stance of the Dark Slayer style while Yu was ready to charge a lighting spell. The black-headed Hydra looked at Yu, who seemed to be the weakest of the group, well in terms of mind resistance anyways, and decided to exploit it as it attacked Yu and looked directly in her eyes. No. Yu screamed as the black-headed monster inflicted illusion on Yu, causing her to see herself back in the very same room that she was sealed inside. She saw as Izuku turned his back on her along with Hajime and left her with the door closing behind them, leaving her in the deep darkness of her prison. She couldn't bear with such a thought, as part of her believed that this whole thing with Izuku and Hajime was nothing more than just a figment of her own imagination. "No!" screamed Yu in anguish as her red eyes went dull, showing that she was put in illusion. This shocked both Izuku and Hajime, with Izuku quickly acting by teleporting towards her. "Hajime, focus on the Hydra, I'll go see you," said Izuku. The tone of his voice left no argument. He kept firing magic bullets at the Hydra that tried to obstruct his path, which had damaged it heavily. "Do it quickly. I don't think I can keep that damn Hydra in check on my own." Hajime admitted he can only last around 5 minutes at best, but nothing more than this, because eventually he will get overwhelmed. "You get a hold of yourself," said Izuku as he shook Yu before he pulled an ambrosia vial and forced her to drink it, which had successfully managed to get you to wake up from the illusion. Izuku kept firing magic bullets which kept bombarding the Hydra, which was to help Hajime while he checked on Yu's health, who started to wake up after he gave her an ambrosia. "Izuku?" Yu's voice came out weakly as tears spilled from her eyes as she realized that this was earlier an illusion. She was too terrified that this was all just a dream that she had imagined, but she was glad that it wasn't. "Yep, it's me. This was just an illusion." "You okay?" asked Izuku while rubbing the back of his head, as he kept occasionally throwing magic bullets at the Hydra to slow it down and gave Hajime an opening. "Thank goodness, I thought I'd been abandoned again. I thought I'd be alone in the dark again," said Yu in a weak voice as she touched his cheek, while Izuku felt sad for her. "Why would I abandon the women I fell in love with?" said Izuku, suddenly surprising Yu by his words. Before he grabbed her face with both his hands and gave her a passionate kiss filled with all the love he had for her. Yu closed her eyes, feeling her heart thumping hard in her chest as she realized that she wasn't the only one who harbored such feelings. Izuku separated from the kiss. "This place isn't going to be our graveyard. Instead it will be this monster's graveyard. I will not abandon you. We will defeat this monster, and one day we will find a way back to my home, or rather our home," said Izuku, putting a lot of emphasis on the hour. You couldn't help but smile happily at his words as she realized how silly her previous thought was. Izuku wasn't going to really abandon her, and neither was she going to abandon him either. "You two lovebirds, I need help there," shouted Hajime with annoyance as he noticed from his peripheral vision the two lovebirds kissing, and he got a lot more annoyed, but he ignored it because Izuku was helping him by firing those weird black magic bullets. "I need to use Schlagen, but I can only fire one shot at a time, and this will leave me open, so you two cover for me," said Hajime while Izuku and Yu nodded their heads. "Schlagen? This is definitely a fantasy world, if you're allowed to say such a corny name that would make us both the laughing stock of the entire society as a whole," Izuku said in a mocking tone while Hajime gave a wry smile. It was definitely true. They'd be looked at disgustingly by a lot of people if they started naming their things with such edgy names. They'd be called a parasitic otaku with no life at all. "Crimson Javelin, Force Lasher, Glacial Sleet," shouted Yu as several tornadoes appeared surrounding the Hydra, along with lighting, and even ice started to rain on the Hydra. Seeing Yu working hard, the two best friends smiled at each other as they both started to attack the Hydra, with Izuku slashing hard at one of the heads, decapitating the red head completely, hence it cannot be brought back. Hajime on the other hand started to fire many bullets on the Hydra. The black head of the Hydra tried to once more put Yu out of commission through the same illusion, but it never worked. You could only touch her lips as she remembered her kiss with Izuku earlier and smiled, knowing that the illusion will never work on her again. Whether that was because she had developed resistance or because she knew Izuku won't abandon her was up to debate. "That won't work again," shouted Yu as she released a lightning strike that impacted the insolent black-headed Hydra, sending it flying towards Hajime as it tried to debuff Hajime, but it wouldn't work on him. As he started to fire 3 consecutive bullets at its head, injuring it before he pulled Schlagen and created an air platform as he levitated off the ground and pointed the barrel at all of them, intending to take them all out together. "I'll take him out all at once," Hajime shouted as he pointed the barrel with an insane grin as it started to charge magic power before firing it, which released a powerful blast that impacted the Hydra. Heavenly blaze! Shouted Yu as she released fire lighting orbs that had surrounded the Hydra before it released all at once, lighting on the Hydra, which made it shriek in a lot of pain, while Izuku took this chance to also fire several magic bullets at the Hydra. This caused 2 heads of the Hydra to disintegrate from the powerful spells. Yu was starting to get somewhat tired, but she was able to stand back on her feet. She already had enough supply of magic from having sucked on Izuku's blood. You okay?" asked Izuku as he made a mistake of turning his back on a powerful monster as he walked towards her. "Izuku!" shouted Yu, which made Izuku alarmed as he looked as the blue head of the Hydra appeared before it narrowed its eyes on Yu, who had taken down 2 of its heads. It reared its head back, preparing a breath attack in which Izuku acted as quick as he could to shield Yu as he appeared in front of her just in time to block the ice breath attack. Izuku had let out a mighty battle cry. This was really nothing, but he was getting a little bit overwhelmed since his stamina was already low. The breath attack swallowed him, but in the end he had managed to shield Yu. Author notes ahead. I thought it'd be an interesting thing if I somewhat wrote a separate chapter such as this one detailing each student quirks. It would spice the story a little and make it interesting. You can suggest for me anything. I based the quirks here on some of the students' ability or the things they excel at. 1. Shizuku Yagashi. Eternal Arms Mastery. This is Shizuku's quirk. It grants her mastership of combat arts, which had allowed her to display great amount of skills in the Yagashi sword arts despite her young age at the time. By complete the merging of mind, body, and technique, it is possible to make use of full fighting skills even when under the influence of any sort of mental hindrance. Shizuku can perform seemingly impossible maneuvers normally requiring complex thought purely on instinct. Going through Quirk Awakening, this allows Shizuku to reach the point of being unrivaled in one's era. In pure swordsmanship, she can equally fight Izuku without magic or the Yamato for a long period of time. She is considered to be second to Izuku in terms of pure sword skills. 2. Kosuka Indu. Thin Presence. A quirk he was born with that made him possess a very thin presence, in which he claims that the automatic doors open to him 1/3. His thin presence is so great that people naturally forget about his presence even when he is standing in between them. It was stated that when Kosuka is depressed, people naturally start to notice him and remember about him. Going through Quirk Awakening, this allowed Kosuka to be seen as a ghost by many, as in all the pictures taken, his picture is blurry. Kosuka was capable of sneaking behind Izuku before the latter had found a way to detect him even with his thin presence. 3. Kaori Shirasaki. X Healing. It's a healing quirk that she was born with. It allows her to heal any form of minor wounds such as cuts, bruises, and the likes. Albeit, there is a limit to her quirk, as using her quirk on a broken bone without returning the bones to their original position could cause the healed arm to look deformed. She also requires a deep understanding in anatomy and the likes to be able to heal. Her Quirk Awakening allows Kaori to guide the broken bones correctly to its original shape while healing it, which solved one of her weaknesses. She can also heal several people, something that was considered impossible at the start due to requiring immense focus to pull off. 4. Cookie Amanagawa. Judgment Light. It's a light-based quirk. It allows him to use light-based techniques. Cookie uses his quirk to blind his opponents by releasing a blinding light. He can incorporate his light quirk in his swordsmanship while also enhancing his stats by double. His Quirk Awakening allowed Cookie to turn his body into light, making him intangible to physical attacks, including Hajime's normal bullet. When his body is turned into light, he can regenerate any of his limbs, including his head. Spatial magic, spirit magic, restoration magic are the only known ancient magic capable of harming him. 5. Ryutaru Sakagami. Explosive Combo Strength. It's a strength-based quirk that is relative to his physical body. The more he increases his muscles, the more strength he gains. When he first awakened his quirk, he had a 2x increase in his stats. He had trained in gym and took part of karate practice. The weakness in his quirk is that his stats increase each minute in the battle, as he can't exactly decide on his own how much increase he wants, meaning that first minute, 2x increase / second minute, 4x increase / third minute, 6x increase, and so forth. He had to go by order, making it a weakness. After going through Quirk Awakening, Ryutaro was able to increase his own strength on his own, and in an instant, he can similarly pick how much increase of strength he plans to use. 5. Suzu Taniguchi. Force Field. Suzu can form an invisible barrier that can envelop her inside of it. She is capable of enveloping half of the classroom inside a barrier. Her force field quirk is dependent heavily on her stamina and even require a lot of concentration from her part to keep the shape of the force field in order to not break. Nonetheless, her quirk can still be broken. After going through quirk awakening, her barrier is strong enough to envelop the entirety of the castle and defend against an onslaught of monster army. As the series progresses, she is capable of defending from powerful attacks made by the apostles of God except disintegration. She is capable of making spells bounce back towards the enemy, and her barrier reached a level where it can absorb the shockwave of physical attacks and return it back as well, which send the enemy flying. 6. Eri Nakamura. Pact of Allies. Eri can form a pact with someone as long as they shake her hand. Her quirk was described to be like making a deal with the devil. If someone were to go against the pact put in place, it gives the person a sensation of stinging until the pact is fulfilled, and it also reminds them of the pact by putting it in their frontal lobe. This is how Eri had managed to get her mother to do her bidding through using her quirk and psychological manipulation. She was later shown using it on Hayama in order to silence him. Her quirk awakening allowed her to make a pact with someone using her voice as a medium, but the person whom she's making a pact with have to agree to the condition of the pact or it would be useless, which makes it a weaker version of a hit's divine edict. When a pact is made, Eri is capable of knowing when someone harbor any intention to defy her pact. When that happens, she is capable of sending warnings such as by paralyzing their hands or even their entire body, rendering them incapacitated. When her pact is broken, she is enabled to punish them, such as sealing their magic as well as their quirk, which makes them powerless before her. She is also able to gain compensation through the form of extracting their soul, hence ending them, or forcing a spirit binding without the need to end them herself. A proficient user in spirit magic can cancel the effects of her awakened quirk. Author note: it's an inspiration of New Order that belonged to Star and Stripes, albeit Eri's quirk is weaker. 7. Shimizu Yukitoshi. Blending. His quirk allows him for a large majority of his middle school years to be able to blend among the other students. It was nowhere near the level of someone like Kosuke, but it was still good enough. This quirk allows him to wear something as suspicious as a dark cloak and still hide in plain sight. The quirk only works best when there is a good enough people to blend in, as people can tend to overlook him. Shimizu didn't get to have a quirk awakening as he didn't live long. His quirk was deemed to be useless with both Izuku and Hajime considering him to be a loser. 8. Daisuke Hayama. Wind Breath. His quirk allows him to release wind-based techniques from his mouth. It isn't anywhere impressive, but Hayama was shown capable of releasing wind bullets from his mouth that is strong enough to crack a concrete floor. He is capable to a small degree to shape those wind. Hayama didn't get to have a quirk awakening as he didn't live long. His quirk was deemed to be useless. He was considered to be a loser by Hajime and Izuku as he didn't have any potential to take his quirk to the next level due to his cowardly nature. 9. Yuka Sanobe. Telekinesis. Her quirk allows her to telekinetically control objects that are in the line of her sight and with manageable weight. It was stated by Izuku that her quirk is 1 to 2 levels above his own mother's quirk. She uses her quirk whenever she cooks. Yuka can use her telekinesis in conjunction with her vocation. She is unable to lift anything that is too heavy, which would put a strain on her. Her quirk awakening allowed her to lift large buildings and even large monsters and toss them around. She is also able to crush her enemies through her telekinesis. She is capable of stopping Hajime's normal bullets. Her quirk awakening is one of the strongest among her classmates. The temperature of the room had decreased to such a degree that it started to snow and the area became somewhat foggy. Izuku coughed blood in surprise as he fell on his back exhausted. Such an attack had taken him by surprise and he was overwhelmed. Normally, Izuku should have been able to tank it, but it was too much with his current low stamina, and even his own magic was not really that infinite, so he had started to feel his consciousness fading as he had started to faint slowly on his back. Izuku! shouted Yu in clear distress as she held onto him only to notice the blood pooling from him. It was obvious that the attack damaged him and his accelerated healing was slow as compared to before. The Hydra created 2 purple orbs next to it and fired a consecutive blast of ice towards the 2 only for Hajime to intercept it with several bullets, having a cold look on his face. His own best friend was hurt by that piece of shit and he won't forgive it. Take Izuku away, I will make that effing piece of shit regret the day he was born, shouted Hajime as he started to fire bullets at the Hydra, which flinched at the attack as Hajime used his skill aerodynamic to lure it away from Yu and Izuku. Hang in there, Izuku, said Yu as she started to drag Izuku somewhere safe as she decided to follow Hajime's orders, who was fighting against the Hydra, but this time he was alone and she doubted he would last long. Drink, Izuku, Yu urged in a panic as she tried to push the ambrosia vial in his mouth to get him to drink it, but he could only cough it out, which made her even more distressed since Izuku can't drink it in his current unconscious state. Forcing the vial down her mouth, she grabbed his face and started to perform mouth-to-mouth as she helped him drink the ambrosia in order to benefit from its healing properties. She then pulled 2 other ambrosia vials and repeated the same action out of desperation to save Izuku's life. As she looked at him with tears in her eyes in clear panic, not wanting to lose him like this. Heal quickly, said Yu desperately before a scream of pain was heard, and she looked to see Hajime having lost his right eye with one of the attacks, but this didn't diminish his fighting spirit. Hajime, shouted Yu as she saw him get injured and fall on one knee, not looking at her. Hajime still planning to continue fighting even if it meant to fight till his last breath. Focus on healing him, I won't die that easily from losing one eye, Hajime said as he continued to fire many bullets, this time being careful not to get caught in its attack. The Hydra, getting annoyed by Hajime acting like a bug and evading its own attack, had decided to shift its attention to Izuku and Yu and fired a powerful ice breath attack towards them. Yu, seeing this, was quick to create hollow ground, which had resulted in the breath attack impacting the barrier, cracking it. Yu knew that the barrier won't hold on for long and will shatter with the next attack. Eyes on me, you piece of shit, roared Hajime as he started to rapidly fire at the Hydra, who proceeded to headbutt Hajime by surprise before it started to charge another breath attack to take down Yu and Izuku. Not like this. He promised to take me back home with him. This is my fault. If I was stronger then I wouldn't have burdened him, thought Yu in her head as she blamed herself for holding him back. If she defended herself, Izuku wouldn't have needed to shield her with his own body. In an act of pure defiance, Yu let out a roar of frustration with both her hands extended towards the Hydra. A blast of pure magic shot from both her outstretched hand and collided with the Hydra attack before overpowering it and swallowing the Hydra completely in the attack. The explosion of Yu's attack could be heard as the Hydra was sent flying and impacting the wall. It was unknown whether it died or not, but this should have damaged it quite enough. Yu, this is a Maz, sorry, shouted Hajime, who, when he turned to look at the former vampire queen, he was quick to turn his face away with a blush on his face as he saw her current state. Yu, who can be said to possess the body of a 12-year-old child, had gained a massive growth spurt. She still possessed the same wavy golden blonde hair, crimson red eyes, and porcelain complexion. The difference this time is that she now had a very large bust size that would make many women very envious of her, and she looked like a mature woman in her 20s. She can no longer be called a lowly vampire. Her aura as a mature woman definitely now matches her appearance as opposed to before when she looked like a child with the presence of a very mature woman. What happened? Said Yu as she looked at her current mature form. She was surprised, but then she remembered how she had been sucking on Izuku blood throughout their time here and realized that it was because of that. The Hydra stood back, but it was badly injured and it was swaying around, accidentally hitting its head on the walls. Hajime grinned as he saw something like this as he realized that they could win this. The Hydra started to fire ice attack in a blinding manner, not caring this time. Unfortunately for the monster, Hajime's skill, Airwalk, had evolved to give him plus blink, allowing him to perceive the attacks of the Hydra, who looked slower, but it was him who had just gotten faster. He started to use his skill, Airwalk, to shoot 2 holes in the ceiling before as he placed one grenade on one of the holes while throwing the other one at the other hole. It was obvious that Hajime intended to bury the Hydra. The Hydra seemed to have realized this, and with Hajime airborne and with him being in its line of sight had opened its maw ready to unleash a point-blank breath attack. Suddenly, blood gushed from everywhere around its body as it let out a loud shriek filled with pain as everyone looked surprised as they saw Izuku on his feet fully healed. I don't intend to die here. I will be ashamed to call myself a man if I make the women I like cry like this, said Izuku, trying to be cool in front of Yu, who was overjoyed to see him back on his own feet as he wiped his mouth with the back of his blood-stained white glove. Izuku! Shouted Yu with tears in her eyes as she hugged him tightly while he held her, but he was blushing hard because he had noticed the current form that Yu was taking. This is for messing with Izuku and Yu, shouted Hajime as he had fired 2 bullets at the 2 grenades, which caused it to explode and resulted in the ceiling of the room to fall on top of the Hydra. Using transmute, he made sure that rock pillars would appear to block the Hydra from escaping. Yu and Izuku looked at each other and nodded with determination in their eyes. Azure Blaze! Shouted Yu as spheres of blue-white flames 6 to 7 meters in diameter appeared above the Hydra that had tormented them. Judgment Cut! Shouted Izuku as he took the IAI stance of the Dark Slayer style and slashed so many times, causing blood to gush out from all over its body while Yu's spell impacted the Hydra, disintegrating it in an instant. Seeing as the Hydra was never coming back, Hajime let himself fall on his back before fainting immediately from exhaustion, while Izuku fell on his, but a little bit too exhausted, but the ambrosia mix with his accelerated healing, he was able to remain conscious. Yu also fell, but Izuku easily caught her in his arm as she hugged him tightly, burying her face in the crook of his neck. She was clearly happy, and for some reason she wasn't really tired. Instead, she was brimming with more magic. I'm so happy that you're alive. I thought I lost you, said Yu, tears welling up in her eyes, while Izuku felt guilty for making her cry and hugged her tightly as he buried his face in her hair. I'm sorry. I will try my best to no longer make you cry, Yu, said Izuku in a softer tone as she looked at him with tears still in her eyes, but this time those eyes carry her love for the man before her. Understanding what was going on, the two leaned into each other until their noses were touching each other and kissed passionately. The two didn't know how long, but they didn't care about anything. And, I love you, Izuku, said Yu, having separated from the kiss as she hugged him tightly, burying her face in his neck and enjoying every moment together like this. I love you too, Yu, said Izuku with a smile before he lifted her up in a bridal style, making her wrap her arm around his neck with her face buried in his own neck. Izuku turned his attention to the unconscious Hajime and then lifted him up using telekinesis, as he looked at the 2 large double doors that would lead inside the Oscar lair. What is the meaning of this? Aiko's voice could be heard echoing in the church where the current Pope Ishtar Langbard resides. It was night at the Hyliai Kingdom. The deaths of both Izuku Midoriya as well as Hajime Nagumo was still fresh on people's minds, and it was something that was whispered to this day, and most of those conversations were quite unpleasant to hear. Those conversations came from the nobles in the kingdom. Hajime Nagumo was a synergist with 10 in all of his stats. Hajime only had 2 skills as far as everyone knows, which were transmutation and language comprehension, which compared to the rest of the hero party, he was the odd duck. It was obvious that Hajime treatment was different compared to the rest of the students, as he was treated as a deadweight, albeit it was never voiced, but one can sense their feeling from just the atmosphere alone. Even the maids that worked in the castle had always looked down on Hajime, with them whispering behind his back, or in most cases pretend to be deaf and ignore Hajime whenever he asked them for something. It was disheartening, but Hajime never did care and ignored it. Now that Hajime is dead, those noble voices were heard as they stopped hiding their true feelings of Hai. Words of insult were thrown around and nobody even bothered to remember his name. It was used to refer to Hajime as he was just seen as a peasant who held the hero party back. Izuku, who while treated better than Hajime, was still received with suspicious looks from the other nobles in the kingdom of Hyliai. It was the first time that a person's appearance had started to change just from receiving a job, and as such rumors had spread around. He was seen as secretly a demon, which isn't exactly false but also not true. Izuku was only a half-demon, albeit he was unaware of such a fact, but those rumors had spread and it became no longer a rumor but rather some kind of a hard fact. Not surprising enough, Ishtar had instigated some of those rumors for the simple reason that the older pope didn't like Izuku, given that he had viewed Izuku as a threat to his plans and probably out of pettiness for what happened at the start of their first meeting. Izuku had been trying to discourage the students from going to war, and if he succeeded, they would lose a lot of pawns that can be used in the war against the demons, and Ishtar can't have that because that would displease a hit. In that sense, Izuku was like the perfect counter to Cookie Amanagawa, who is the hero. While Cookie was driven by his own sense of justice and morality and encouraged the other students to help him in his crusade to fight the demons, Izuku protested against it. Izuku knew there will be those who will continue to fight regardless of what he says and regardless of the danger, but he had wanted to discourage many of the students who don't have what it takes to survive to back away, to spare them from trauma and from getting ended. Many of the students had mixed fiction with real life. The concept of plot armor like in those fiction novels doesn't really exist here. This was real life where a mistake can reap away your life and there is no coming back from it. Their sense of justice and morality does not apply in a world where the strong live and the weak get trampled on and die forgotten. He even tried to appeal to them by reminding them of their families, and it seemed to work for some, but Cookie seemed to also counter him by gaslighting them. Hence it was an intense struggle between the two, and Ishtar was getting fed up, so he spread the rumors. Naturally, the student will lean on the righteous and heroic person, which is Cookie, rather than the person with very bad rumors surrounding him. With Izuku's and Hajime's death, Ishtar imagined that Cookie won't be hindered anymore and can lead the hero party to fight in the war. Unfortunately for him, many of the students finally cowered in fear when finally realizing that Izuku's words were true. They regretted not listening, and some of them outright shut themselves in their respective rooms, clearly showing signs of trauma from watching two of their classmates die before them. They couldn't be blamed. Those people lived in a world where peace was just maintained by the symbol of peace, all might, so seeing death was like a slap to their faces that reminded them that they were not in Japan. If someone like Midoriya died, then someone like me will definitely die next. I don't want to die. I don't want to fight anymore. Please return me back home. Please don't call me a hero. I'm no hero, I am a coward who want to go home. Those were some of the words that were muttered by the students who got their fighting spirit drained from them after seeing the death of two of their classmates. Some had just gone completely mute and became shut in, who had their food delivered in front of their rooms by the maids. Even in death, your influence over them is still gripping onto them. Curse you, thought Ishtar when he had witnessed and heard the current situation with the heroes, or rather the pawns. Ishtar tried to force them to continue fighting for a hit's entertainment. They're seriously not expecting that they will be living in the castle and be treated as royalty while doing nothing. At this point, they're being a nuisance as they're investing their own resources onto them. Inko, the teacher, had heard and came to him in the dead of the night to fight against his decision to force the unwilling kids to return to the battlefield. As the only adult in the group, she was responsible for them. You're forcing the students to fight, even when they don't want to. They just saw two of their friends die. They need time to heal from their grief and terror, shouted Inko, who had taken her own vows as a teacher very seriously. Not to mention, she still hadn't gotten over the deaths of those two. She has blamed herself countless times for failing them, not knowing what she will tell their parents when they return to Japan. Throughout Inko's long protest, Ishtar had his back turned to her, gazing at the portrait of a hit with a form of reverence. When hearing Inko's words, his gaze was cold and indifferent. This loss was unfortunate indeed, said Ishtar as he lowered his face down and eyes closed, looking remorseful, or at least that's what Inko had thought, but Ishtar's voice showed insincerity. Ishtar was among those who knew about the true nature of a hit. He knew he was nothing more than a pawn, but he was not disheartened in the slightest. Instead, Ishtar was delighted to hear that and devoted himself even further to the cause. To Ishtar, being seen as a pawn to be used is a proof of his value towards the self-proclaimed god of creation Ihit. It meant that he is a valuable pawn, unlike the rest who live and die without knowing the magnificence of his lord. Ishtar had built himself from the ground and became a pope of the largest church just to be of more use to Ihit. If his lord Ihit were to command him to jump from the divine mountain for his entertainment, then he would do so with a smile on his face. To Ishtar, he had really envied the heroes because they were granted divine blessing by Ihit himself. As such, he was very angry and disappointed when they rebelled, with many refusing to fight in spite of being given power. They were ungrateful and didn't deserve to be used as pawns, as they were useless. This was his opinion, but if a hit wishes for them to stay on the board and entertain him more, then so be it. If that's what you really feel, then you need to stop this right now. If you don't, I won't help on the farms anymore, said Inko, using her own job as a farmer as a leverage to force Ishtar's hands. As if having already anticipated such an outcome, Ishtar turned towards Inko with a calm expression that shows that he was not worried in the least. He already had plans on how to appease this simple-minded woman. Then let me propose this. I promise that those who do not wish to fight will not be forced to do so, said Ishtar as he turned to look at Inko in the eyes, who was surprised. Thank you, said Inko, clearly happy that Ishtar had finally decided to listen to reason. Ishtar then opened his mouth to express the importance of the next word. Lady Inko, your job class, farmer, is incredibly important. We humbly ask that you use your abilities to continue cultivating our farming efforts, said Ishtar in a serious tone while Inko nodded. Excuse me, said Inko, excusing herself before she turned around and left the room as she thought back on how she should have done this from the very start. Ishtar looked once more at the portrait of Ihit, not seeming bored by having to constantly stare at it. Ishtar was truly a religious fanatic who would use those around him if it meant that Ihit would be satisfied with him. He didn't care about those students that refused to fight. Their job class wasn't even that impressive. As long as the hero and those close to him continue to fight, then that's good enough. Izuku felt his whole body being wrapped by something warm and soft. It was a very nostalgic feeling that he hadn't had the privilege of feeling since the last month or so. To be honest, he didn't know how long he was down there to begin with. This is the feeling of a bed. A cushion was gently catching his head and back. The softness of feathers wrapped his body. His dozing consciousness was thrown into confusion. What is this? This is supposed to be the labyrinth? Why is a bed? Izuku thought, but then he remembered how he, Hajime, and you had defeated the final boss of the floor, which was the Hydra. He had dragged Hajime using telekinesis while carrying you in his arms as he walked inside the Oscar lair. He was then welcomed by the ray of the sun, or rather it was an artificial sun, but it was still enough to move anyone who was trapped down there for a month to tears. After wandering around the large place that had a mansion that would make an architect drool, he managed to find a bed in a room where he had placed Hajime in it, who seemed to get even more comfortable. As for him, he had found another bed outside, and he didn't think twice before he threw himself in it and slept immediately without a second thought. Izuku couldn't be blamed because he hadn't slept since he first fell down here, so he needed to catch up on all the sleeping he missed. However, he couldn't move his right hand. It was wrapped in a soft feeling that was different from the bed. His palm was also wedged into something warm and soft. What's this? Thought Izuku as he moved his hand while he was still blank. He felt a certain elasticity between his hands, and it was squishy when he had touched it. Just keen on the feeling somehow, and it becomes a habit to keep touching. Yu's seductive gasp reached his ears, which had quickly alarmed Izuku, who noticed as he raised himself in panic. He hadn't paid attention before when he threw himself in the bed, but as he looked at it closely, the bed had a pure white sheet and it felt luxurious, and it even had a canopy. It seems the bed was on a stone pavement in a terrace atrium. A refreshing breeze blew by Izuku's cheeks and the canopy. His perimeter was surrounded by pillars and a thin curtain. Can you imagine a bed in the center of a Parthenon shrine? The whole space was filled with a warm light that he hasn't seen in a long time. Izuku. Yu's voice whispered in his ears, and it looked like she was having a very pleasant dream, or rather a very lewd dream that involves her and Izuku only. Izuku seems to finally acknowledge Yu's presence next to him. He had actually expected her to sleep next to him, but the reason for his blushing face came from the fact that she was naked and he too was naked. Apparently, the mischievous former vampire queen had decided to strip him completely down. Yu clinged onto his right hand, which he learned that the elasticity he was feeling from earlier was actually Yu's ass. It was one thing if he was taking her lowly form because he could just try to use his own mental strength to resist, since he wouldn't want to be seen as a lolicon, but right now she was sleeping in her adult form, which is an insta-kill. So her assets had gained a massive boost, and so he was currently living every man's dream. Izuku sure that his other former classmates would be shouting for his death at the very moment if they heard that he was having fun, not that he cared. Well, relaxing is part of the process of healing. Izuku justified in his head as to why he wanted to stay inside this bed with this beautiful woman whom he had hopelessly fallen in love with. "So how are you feeling?" asked Izuku as he made a motion at her current adult form. The question was if she intended to stay in this form or switch to her other form. "I'm feeling great, but given that this form comes with a large mana pool, I will need to retrain myself in this form, but it will be better to return to my teenage form," you explained while Izuku nodded his head in understanding. In other words, her adult form had a lot of benefits in terms of combat, but it was also very destructive, and based on your intuition, it will be hard to control her own magic as compared to when she had her normal mana pool, since her spells will be supercharged. They didn't need to go back far. The fight with the Hydra was proof enough of how powerful this form was. She had almost one-shot the Hydra, so that speaks volume of her strength. So unless she can completely control her adult form, then it is best to avoid using it unless the enemy is strong and needs to be crushed. This was Yu's honest assessment, and Izuku agreed with her. Besides, he didn't want many people to see her adult form since it was only for his eyes, and it seems that you had noticed and gained a mischievous look, not that she will allow anyone else other than Izuku to touch her. "That seems logical enough," said Izuku with a smile, which she returned with her own bewitching smile as they held each other close like a married couple. "Izuku, who are you really?" asked Yu curiously while Izuku raised a single eyebrow in confusion at the very odd and out-of-nowhere question. "What do you mean?" asked Izuku, confused, while Yu had decided to further elaborate on her question to not cause a misunderstanding. "After thinking about it hard, your blood tasted far more different than anything I've ever tasted, and in a good way. Not only that, the reason why I managed to get this form was due to sucking on your blood," explained Yu while Izuku pondered on her words. "I honestly don't know. Although, if I'm being honest with you, I too don't know if I'm even human anymore. Originally, my hair and eyes were green, but ever since I came here, it was slowly turning to what you see right now," explained Izuku, which surprised Yu since it was the first time she heard about this. "Did you notice anything odd about yourself other than appearance alone? I may be able to know something about it?" asked Yu. She too had wanted to know more about Izuku and the mystery that surrounds him. "I remember having a lot of dreams about two people. My status plate had also changed my name for some odd reason, and I'm now Izuku Sparta. I don't really know who this Izuku was going to continue, but Yu had interrupted him. "Sparta?" shouted Yu in shock as she heard the name of the legendary Dark Knight Sparta, who betrayed the demons and sealed the underworld, becoming a great hero to humanity. Many maidens like Yu had dreamt of having someone like the Dark Knight Sparta coming in to swoop them from off their ground and save them. She too had dreamt of having a Knight of Sparta to come and save her from her own imprisonment. "Yeah. Do you know something, Yu?" asked Izuku, surprised a little about her reaction, but Yu seemed to then shift her attention to the Yamato, and she had recognized it. "So this is the legendary Dark Slayer sword, Yamato. The sword that was said to have sealed the gates that leads to the underworld. I can't really believe it. I thought there was something very odd with that sword, but you had something that was spoken in legend and regarded as a myth," shouted Yu in shock before it turned to excitement. Was the unintelligent response that came from Izuku's mouth. He looked at the katana that had made even Hajime shiver and realized how overpowered it is. Suddenly, his confusion was interrupted when you started to kiss him in an aggressive manner, looking like she had already entered heat. The shock of having learned that the one who had saved her was actually a descendant of Sparta had made her very horny. "Why, shouted Izuku in surprise as he saw the look in her eyes as her eyes was replaced with heart, and he knew he was probably going to be raped by her. "I've always dreamt of having a Knight of Sparta save me, but I never would have imagined that it would come true. This must be my reward for being a good girl," said Yu in a dreamy voice as she placed both her hands on her cheeks with a perverted look. "Okay, who the hell is Sparta?" asked Izuku, loudly confused as to who is this guy that would make you try to rape him, which surprised you a little, but she understood since Sparta was regarded as a myth and hardly anyone remembered him. Sparta-sama was actually the right-hand man for the Dark Emperor Mundus. He was the most powerful demon swordsman known as the legendary Dark Knight. Spoke you as she hornily rubbed herself against Izuku, which had surprised the latter. A demon? Asked Izuku in surprise, and now he felt like he understood a little as to his unnatural growth and odd looks, which you decided to continue even though she was getting impatient and want to f-dash. At one point, Sparta-sama had woken up to justice and rebelled against his own kind for the sake of the human race. With his sword, he shut the portal to the demonic realm and sealed the evil entities off from the human world. But since he was a demon himself, his power was also trapped on the other side, said you with deep respect for the man. Wow, that's really hard to believe, said Izuku, because it was indeed hard to believe. Demons were always viewed as evil, so for his own ancestor to wake up to justice and rebel is unexpected development. Afterwards, he married a human woman and had 2 sons, Dante Sparta as well as Virgil Sparta. Both of them had gone on to surpass their own father and ended Mundus once and for all, said you while Izuku was speechless at what he heard. So those 2 who had appeared in my dreams are possibly Dante and Virgil. Now I know at least what is happening to me, said Izuku, feeling happy to not be in the dark. Zing? What's that? Asked Izuku while you turned to look at him with a very beautiful smile on her face. She didn't blame him for not knowing, since it was really uncommon for it to happen. Zing is what humans would call as love at first sight, which only happens when a person meets his or her soulmate with whom they will spend eternity with, explained you, which surprised Izuku upon hearing that. Didn't you feel as if your eye flashed pink all of a sudden? This is a zing. So even if you were to take another lover, you may love them but not to the same extent as with the person who you zinged with, explained you while Izuku remembered. I see, so that time was when I zinged with you. Well, I guess that's fine, said Izuku with a smile, partly relieved that he wasn't quick to fall in love with some pretty women. It will be an issue if that was the case, because if there is anything he had learned from his years of experience in being in Aldra is that women can sometimes be cruel even more than boys. While guys would just verbally abuse you or try to harm you physically, but those are just typical and expected of them. Besides, he had dealt with Katsuki from kindergarten up to 1 or 2 years in Aldra before he moved to a new middle school. He was sure that no one could ever top what Katsuki had done to him back in Aldra. Katsuki had used his quirk, explosion, to leave him with severe burns and even wounds by the end of the day. So his new middle school was far better since they had stricter quirk rules, so he only ever received taunts or getting pushed. As for girls, he had met those who led him on to believe that they like him, only to brutally reveal to him that they never liked him and were just toying with him, which often left him crushed and with low self-confidence, which is why he had issues with girls in general. Those girls had no life, they simply had too much time in their hands to bully others and lead him on. Which is why he never really pursued any relationship with girls because of his trauma, although he did overcome it, but that's beside the point. Still, he is glad that his and Yu's relationship has a meaning. This was a quite genuine relationship between 2 people who love each other, so Yu is more than enough for him to live happily. I can't wait to introduce her to Mom, thought Izuku in his head. He could imagine his mom fainting after she learns that her son had married a literal queen.